The challenge takes place on a remote island in Norway within the Arctic Circle. 10 contestants, each with basic survival supplies, are dropped off at different locations on the island. They face unpredictable weather and must be vigilant against predators. The last one standing wins $1 million prize. Contestant 1, Rune, arrived by boat. A young entrepreneur. He runs a wilderness survival school. His participation aims to promote his business. Since his arrival, it has been raining non-stop. He decided to build a shelter on higher ground, using 2 sturdy trees to support a waterproof tarp and securing the other corners with branches. After a busy half-day, he managed to create a simple rain shelter. Contestant 2, Anne Mai, a charming young woman, found a large buoy upon landing. She joked about using it to catch a big shark but focused on building a shelter first. Despite her cheerful appearance, she has struggled with depression for years. Close contact with nature helps ease her condition, and her husband fully supports her participation, hoping it helps her rediscover happiness. She selected a camping spot in the woods, cleared the area, and gathered materials. Next up is Stein, who considers nature her best friend, although she is particularly sensitive to cold. Joining the challenge aims to conquer this weakness. She mentioned finding a treasure on the shore, which she hid in her tent, though the details and the tent setup were not recorded. While others struggled to build shelters in the rain, John was already enjoying hot blueberry tea. He had informed his family that he might be away for a while and not to miss him too much. By using a fallen tree as a beam, John saved time and effort, quickly setting up his shelter and picking blueberries to make tea. With a scenic view of mountains, water, and deer herds, he felt confident about enduring. The 5th contestant, Lasse, an outdoor streamer who usually hosts live streams and sells products from home. He had trained specifically for the challenge, cycling tens of thousands of kilometers alone, learning to cope with solitude and survival skills. Caught by a sudden downpour, he rushed into the woods, quickly setting up a waterproof tarp over a tree and securing it with ropes, creating an efficient makeshift shelter. Facing a large river, he ingeniously collected rainwater by attaching his water bottle to his tent, instead of fetching water from the river. Anmai has already set up her tent. She has been busy until now, without a break, and has gone out with her water bottle. Passing through the bushes, she reached a lake and couldn't resist drinking several gulps from the clear water. Meanwhile, Lasse, who was gathering materials to start a fire, found a bird's nest. Despite feeling a bit sorry for the birds, he quickly took it. Later, he found a mushroom on the grass but decided against picking it due to its bright red color. After returning to his shelter, he started working on making fire, and finally got it going. Before dark, he gathered more branches to make a natural bed and drank some collected rainwater before sleeping. The first day in the wilderness passed like this. Magnus fits neither category. He is simply a food lover. His hobby is eating, and he has a large appetite. While others focused on building shelters, he started fishing with a net to secure food. After setting the net, he realized his gear was getting wet and hurried to move everything under a tree. He covered his equipment with a waterproof tarp to create a conical rain shelter and moved things around to avoid the rain. In frustration, he cut a tree trunk to increase coverage and used branches to secure the tent corners, making a makeshift shelter. However, his skills were lacking, and the tent collapsed as soon as he entered. Christian made a lively entrance, shouting from adrenaline as he stepped off the boat. He has a happy family of 3 and often goes camping with his wife and child. To win this challenge, he even lived alone in the wild for a while. However, finding his landing spot in a swamp, he wondered what grudge he might have against the production team. As the rain intensified, he decided to focus on finding a suitable spot to build a shelter instead of dwelling on negative thoughts. When the camera turned to Stein, she finally started filming the shelter construction. She first set up a horizontal beam between a tree and a mound of dirt, then placed branches on both sides to support a simple A-frame structure, boasting to the camera while working. The guy examining moose droppings is named Emil. If he can hunt a deer, he's sure to win the championship. His goal is to become the ruler of this deserted island, living alongside bears and wolves. He has a beautiful wife and a cute son. His greatest hobby is being close to nature. His wife recently became pregnant with their second child. He joined this challenge to earn money for baby formula. Worried about missing his family too much, he brought photos of his wife and son, which made him homesick. Eventually, he became so overwhelmed with loneliness that he cried. Alan was luckier than others. He found a water source as soon as he landed. The favorable start boosted his confidence. and he decided to set up camp nearby. However, collecting materials for a fire drove him crazy because days of rain had soaked everything. Remembering that the challenge was for a cash prize to provide a better life for his daughter helped calm his frustration. But now, winning the challenge means he must first learn to enjoy solitude. Levi was the last to arrive at the battleground. He immediately started scouting his territory and collected some dry birch bark for fire. On his way back, he spotted many reindeer tracks and felt hopeful about life. Just as a heavy rain began, he quickly ran back to camp and hung a tarp from a tree to create a shelter from the rain. The tasks of making fire and building a shelter had to wait until the rain stopped. On the second day of the challenge, 10 contestants remained. Levi went early to the river to find a spot for fishing, hoping to catch a fish to fill his stomach. He calls himself a master at lure fishing, nicknamed the Little Prince of Fishing, but now he only had a gill net. When he was at a loss, he spotted a plastic barrel washed ashore. He filled a smaller barrel with sand to weigh down the bottom of the net and tied the larger barrel on top as a buoy. This setup allowed the net to open automatically when submerged in water. It was a well-thought-out plan, but catching fish still depended on luck. When Levi pulled up the net, he felt its heavy weight and was thrilled to see his fishing method succeed. Then he strolled around looking for a suitable site to build a shelter. He found 2 large trees 500 meters from camp, tied a rope between them, and draped a tarp over it. He secured the corners, completing a simple shelter. Although the quality was so poor, he couldn't bear to look at it when the wind blew. The camera moves to big-bearded Lasse. He wakes up to find he has a nosebleed and casually grabs a small bug to eat. Yesterday's campsite is nearly flooded, so today he must choose a new site near a water source not far from the old one. Then he starts cutting trees like crazy, planning to build a sturdy triangular wooden hut with a solid wood single bed raised off the ground. Humming a tune, he skillfully chops wood and quickly assembles the bed, which fits him perfectly. The main part of the shelter uses larger tree trunks, aligned and bound together, then erected into a triangular shape. A horizontal beam with a waterproof cloth is added, and the new shelter is complete. He gathers branches and leaves for the bed, hoping the natural mattress will prevent nosebleeds tonight. Rune is scouting the terrain for a suitable spot and finally finds a wind-sheltered place on the beach. He digs a hole, buries several tree trunks, and bends and ties them into a dome shape covered with a waterproof cloth. The base is buried in sand, and the top is secured with dry branches, creating a yurt-like structure. After working through the night, Stein finishes her shelter too, sitting inside with a sense of accomplishment. She has always had quirky ideas and loves doing what she enjoys, making her extraordinarily happy. By the third day, the sun finally comes out after 2 days of rain. Lasse takes a comfortable bath, enjoying the sun and the beach. While others worry about food, he relies on fishing, slowly feeling the weight as he pulls up the net, and the fish emerge. Besides the net, he has set several fishing lines, and his expression shows his abundant catch. On the 4th day, a cold wind wakes Lasse, and he realizes the shelter's door faces the wind. He decides to build a wind-blocking wall at the entrance. He starts with a frame of 4 branches, then layers wood inside. However, he soon gets distracted, pulls out a ukulele he had made earlier, and starts playing, completely forgetting his task. The camera shifts to Levi, who looks at his house nearly blown away by the wind. He decides to upgrade it right after breakfast. However, a scene at the river unsettles him. His fishing net is entangled in rocks, and despite efforts, he can't free it. With no other choice, he removes his shoes and steps into the water. After finally dragging the net ashore, he finds it empty, which instantly dampens his spirits. The next day, he checks the net again, only to find it still empty. Levi's spirit breaks completely. Emil, too, seems despondent. He builds a large stone fireplace by the river. The crew's boat appears, creating a splash. Surprisingly, Lasse is the one who leaves, explaining that recent days have been too hard and he misses his wife. Meanwhile, John seems to be on a lucky streak, catching 7 fish. To store the surplus, he specifically builds a fish pond, ensuring a fresh supply daily. As he enjoys his meal by the sea, suddenly 3 reindeer appear in the nearby forest. He grabs his camera and chases after them. Magnus has been here for 5 days, and without food, he might have to leave early. He prays while securing the fishing net's branches. As he slowly pulls the net from the water and sees his only food in days, tears of joy stream down his face. Back at the shelter, he quickly sets up one fish to smoke from the roof and fries another in a pan. With food, he feels he can last another 3 months. Rune also has some luck as his previously set fishing nets finally yield fish. He must strip and enter the icy water to retrieve the fish. Therefore, he decides to build a raft to fish in deeper waters. He saws driftwood from the beach into equal lengths, chops notches with an axe, and fits the planks together. He believes this raft will ensure a continuous catch, but it starts leaking and sinking as soon as he steps on it. Fishing in the lake's center is out of the question today. He must rebuild. Since having food, Magnus starts neglecting his duties to show off his woodworking skills. He says wood carving helps adjust his mood. After a while, feeling hungry, he takes down the smoked fish from the roof to taste it. With one bite, he is utterly captivated. Anmai has not been seen for several days. Her shelter is impressively built with a sturdy triangular structure, a comfortable bed, and neatly arranged firewood. However, consecutive busy days have tired her out, and a sudden visit from her period has left her feeling weak. This might be the most luxurious shelter this season. Christian is constructing a new home with a native style. He builds a spherical frame around a large tree using branches and leaves an entrance on the leeward side. He weaves thin branches to fill the gaps and covers it with a waterproof fabric for warmth. While busy, he suddenly hears a strange noise, a group of meat transport vehicles visiting. He dreams of catching a champion reindeer, but hesitates to act. Steina has cleaned up and goes to check her fishing net. It takes a lot of effort to pull it up, only to find it tangled and fishless. After reorganizing the net, she tells herself to calm down, but slips and fills her shoes with water. Frustrated, she continues setting the net with wet shoes. Back at the shelter, she quickly takes off her shoes and socks to warm her feet by the fire. On day 6, Stein declares it her special holiday. She has her period too. Levi finally has his moment. Before this, he lived in a leaky house. Today, holding on to his last hope, he checks the fishing net and feels its heavy weight. The catch makes him ecstatic, providing enough to feed his family and make up for previous days of starvation. Back at camp, he eagerly cooks the fish and starts a mukbang on a picnic blanket. After 4 days of hunger, his stomach is finally satisfied. Christian is busy relocating, taking down the old shelter's waterproof fabric. He bids farewell to the old and small, and tops his new shelter with the fabric, hoping it brings new hope. Stein seemed devastated, but now she appears cheerful, having successfully set her net, which gives her a great sense of achievement. Seeing the approaching storm, Levi quickly moves large logs to secure his tent. Anmai also hurries to reinforce her shelter and checks the fishing net, securing it with stones to prevent it from being swept away by the tide. Stein brought some stones from afar to tightly secure her tent as darkness approached. Rune, undeterred by his bare legs, rushed to save his fishing net. Everyone was racing against time, except for Magnus, who was sipping tea inside the shelter, enjoying the calm before the storm. That night, the storm swept over the Norwegian island. After a restless night, the world seemed exceptionally fresh on the morning of the 7th day. Magnus suddenly announced his withdrawal from the competition, saying the challenges were too much to bear. Though his body could endure, he felt defeated mentally and preferred to withdraw gracefully. Since arriving, Alan had been rarely seen on camera. He explained that filming was challenging due to constant wind and rain, making survival tough enough without needing extra activities. After setting up his camera, he began his fishing for the day. Upon lifting the net, he shouted with excitement, not even pausing to pick out the fish before celebrating on camera, then showing off his catch. After returning to the shelter, he started cooking the fish, probably cooking all 6 since he had only eaten wild berries for 8 days. He eagerly grabbed the cooked fish with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth, turning a pot of fish into what seemed like a hand-grabbed meal. After eating, he finally had the energy to tidy up his shelter and build a sturdy wooden bed. He placed 2 logs on the ground as bed legs, sawed planks to equal lengths for the bed base, checked the fit, and made it level and comfortable. The bed legs were slightly unstable, so he drove a nail at each end to secure them and carefully smoothed any protruding areas. Finally, he laid out his sleeping bag, completing the bed. However, Rune's bed-making skills were more advanced. He started with a layer of stones, topped with moss, repeating the process to create a bed that was sturdy, soft, and elastic, almost like a memory foam mattress. Sitting on the bed, he pondered how to improve his catch using the fishing net. He decided to enlarge the net holes with scissors, aiming only for big fish. Cutting the net seemed simple, but where to cut was crucial. A wrong cut could ruin the net. After a morning of work, he eagerly took the adjusted net to the lake. He tied a large stone to each end of the net and threw it into deeper waters for better stretch and reach. He had a continuous supply of food, with 3 fish stewing in the pot and 3 more lying beside him, all of decent size, leisurely waiting for the pot to boil, giving a sense of a wilderness vacation. The camera turns to Stein. She says her intuition tells her that today she will catch a fish. Sure enough, after pulling up the fishing net, she catches one. Although it's small, it's better than nothing. She puts the fish into her water bottle and happily heads home. She gestures that she will divide the fish into 4 meals. However, as a vegetarian, she is unsure how to start cutting it. After struggling for a while without success, she decides to simply stew it whole. After cooking, she tries a bite and instantly falls in love with the taste. To catch more fish, she picks up a piece of driftwood from the beach to make a fishing rod, attaching 6 hooks at intervals. She secures one end at the shore, weighs down the other end with a large stone, and hopes for a catch. On the other side of the sea, Emil is daydreaming, celebrating his birthday alone. Every year his family sings him a birthday song, but now he is alone on this deserted island, which makes him miss the warmth of home even more. Perhaps blessed by fate, he finds an edible fungus. He quickly boils water back at the shelter, slices the fungus with a knife, crushes it with the handle, pours the hot water into a cup, and stirs with the knife to finish. Today marks a crucial point in the 10-person wilderness survival challenge. The medical team will check the remaining 8 participants. Levi has been a bit distracted lately. To keep his mind off things, he scans the fishing net from the shore, eyes nearly popping out, yet sees no fish. Still hopeful, he pulls up the net and finds a few fish attached. He grabs the fish, smashes them against a rock to kill them, then gathers the rest of the net, surprised to find 3 more fish. Anmai hasn't been seen in a while, living a leisurely life. Clothes are drying outside her hut, and smoked fish hangs inside while she lazily lies in bed. Feeling a bit hungry after lounging, she starts a fire and places the fish on a grill. After preparing breakfast, she takes her meal to enjoy by the seaside. True to her meticulous nature, she appreciates the ritual. Full, she decides to make a hammock, using the same principles as a fishing net. She ties a branch and starts the lengthy weaving process, then hangs it between 2 trees, completing the task. With food secured, Levi turns to building a new house. He cuts down several large trees and binds them together with rope to form a large tripod. He then attempts to transfer the waterproof fabric from his old house to the new one, only to find it's not large enough. He considers reducing the frame of the new house. After measuring with a stick between 2 trees for a long time, he finds it still unsuitable. As night falls, he has no choice but to cover the day's shelter with the waterproof fabric and make do for the night. On the 10th morning, the medical team visited Levi's shelter. After a series of checks, they decided he must withdraw from the competition. His intake had been severely inadequate, and he had expended too much energy. His body could no longer cope. He graciously accepted the outcome and began his journey home. Christian's approach was certainly unique. While others struggled to survive on grass for a chance at $1 million, he was indifferent to the moose that could have easily secured his victory. Instead, he simply glanced at bird droppings on the beach, lamented nature's cruelty, and leisurely walked away. Meanwhile, Anmai had made a new catch. Although the gigantic buoy didn't net her a shark, it did bring her 2 small fish. She skillfully cleaned them and couldn't wait to cook them back at camp. Stein, on her way to check the fishing net, muttered that if she didn't catch any fish today, she would quit. She pulled up the super fishing rod she had set yesterday but caught nothing. The net in the water was also empty. After 10 days, she had only eaten 1 fish. Hungry and chopping wood, she mused over her hardships. To fill her stomach and have energy to work, she grabbed a handful of rotting berries and stuffed them into her mouth. She comforted herself by imagining it was an egg salad sandwich, which seemed tastier. She took another bite, and this time, it tasted like fries. Her spirit of making the best of a bad situation was admirable. but it was unclear how much longer she could endure. John went fishing again. After catching a batch of fish, he decided to maintain the net. He would clean, dry, and repair any holes. After cleaning the fish, he proudly showed off his catch to everyone. Alan had not caught anything with his net for several days. He decided to try deep water fishing using a rope. He tied hooks at intervals along the rope and added a plastic bottle filled with stones at the end for weight. He secured the rope to a tree stake on the shore, gave the bottle a lucky kiss, and threw it far into the water. He ended up catching himself and had to retrieve and adjust the setup. Whether he would catch any fish was now up to fate. Under the beautiful glow of the sunset, Stina was checking her fishing net. She desperately wanted a fish. However, heaven showed no mercy. Lacking protein, she continued to deplete her fat reserves. Now, she was so thin that her pants barely fit. After some thought, she decided to give herself one last day. Anmai was not doing well either. The long rains kept her shelter damp. She decided to move to a drier location. On the third day, she set off early to find a new campsite. Finally, she found a suitable place for a new shelter, but quickly left the troubled spot after getting scared. Meanwhile, Stina had built a giant tripod, despite not having eaten for several days. She called it her party tent, planning to celebrate with friends if she won. After completing it, she checked her fishing catch but caught no fish, so she went back to eating grass. The meal was colorful but severely lacked protein. After her last supper, she took one last look at the beautiful place and decided to withdraw from the competition. Suddenly, 2 boats were dispatched by the production team because Anmai also could not hold on anymore. Her new campsite had bear tracks and a severe lack of food. Thus, both female contestants withdrew on the 12th day, leaving 5 contestants. While others were still worrying about food, Rune was considering nutritional balance. He joyfully foraged for mushrooms in the grass, but unexpectedly, they were spoiled due to the freezing temperatures. This gave him a sense of urgency, so he sped up building a raft to fish in deeper waters. John was not short of food. He grabbed a fish from the fish pond for breakfast. A few days ago, he found a large oil drum on the beach and planned to transform it into a stove. He would make a hole on top to smoke fish and one at the bottom for adding firewood. The final result was impressive, making me hungry just by watching. On the 13th day, Alan had been surviving on blueberries. He felt dizzy and unstable several times while picking them, which made him consider withdrawing. But after enduring so many days, he was reluctant. He decided to check his catch one last time. It seems that luck was on his side, as he found a small fish that reignited his hope. After several days of hard work, Rune's raft was finally ready. He eagerly stood on it and slowly paddled to the deep waters. When he returned to the shore, he had 3 fish. Christian was processing a frog he had caught during a jungle adventure the previous night. To avoid poisonous glands, he skinned the frog. After cleaning, it was time to eat. He had not had meat in a long time, and it was satisfying. His fishing net had not been productive lately, so he truly crafted a fish trap. First, he made a circle, then used branches to create a cone shape, and finally filled the gaps with vines. He took it to the sea with high hopes and then began to play the guitar. Christian now regrets giving up moose meat as the temperature continues to drop. He hasn't caught anything with his fishing net for days. To stay in the competition for $1 million, he decided to try eating pine bark. He gathered a large amount, took it home, and cooked the inner bark with some leaves. It looked appetizing but tasted like chewing wool, though it was quite filling. The weather also affected Rune. Although he has a raft to fish in deeper waters, his recent catches have been disappointing. Now, he relies on berries to stave off hunger. To maximize his harvest before the berries freeze, he crafted a berry picker. He made a frame with neatly arranged small sticks and attached a row of scythe-like blades at the bottom. He then made a small box out of birch bark and mounted it to the frame. Its effectiveness was proven when he gently lifted berries directly into the picker, significantly increasing his efficiency and quickly filling a large bag. In contrast to Rune's handiwork, John's skills were also impressive. During a morning walk, he found 2 wooden planks and a small piece with nails in it. After removing and counting 15 nails, he sawed the long planks into equal-sized blocks, added 2 crossbeams, and fixed 2 tripods as legs. His creation, a beautiful small dining table, was complete. Sitting at the table, drinking beer, and looking at photos, he began to miss his family. Today was his daughter's 13th birthday. He carved this memorable date on a tree and sent blessings to his daughter through the show. Despite having ample food and even chilled beer, homesickness made him consider quitting. Soon after, the cruise boat appeared. Just as I felt sorry for him, I saw Emil on the shore. He said he had survived 17 days in the wild, but now longed for his wife, children, and bread. He waved goodbye and quietly went home without any gifts. On the 17th day of the challenge, only 4 contestants remained. Alan was confident in his new fishing line, but it seemed his plan still failed. He didn't expect a big surprise waiting for him at home. 3 reindeer just 5 meters from his shelter. He then made a nameplate for his house, carved his name on it, cooked a pot of blueberry jam as ink, and happily hung it on his door after applying the color. Day 19 quickly arrived. Despite rough seas, Rune decided to go fishing to fill his belly. He rowed his wobbly raft to the fishing spot, skillfully speared a fish onto a stick, and reset his net before heading home with his catch. He cooked the small fish with berries in a pot, eating while pondering his future. As the weather grew colder and food harder to find, he wondered how much longer he could last. John was also feeling low. He kept his fire blazing, reflecting on the monotony of the past days. His homesickness grew so strong over the next few days that he even packed away his net, ultimately defeated by loneliness, despite being one of the strongest contenders this season. The camera then turned to Christian, who mentioned he hadn't looked in a mirror for 20 days. Although the crew provided a small mirror, he didn't want to see his rugged appearance. Despite having a toothbrush and clean clothes, he chose to live primitively. In contrast, Alan was much neater, grooming himself in the mirror. However, after days without food, he too considered quitting, struggling with the combined forces of loneliness and hunger. Rune was the first to give in, understandably so given his slight frame. At the sight of the crew, he knew he was finally free. On day 21, disaster struck John. His stored fish were stolen, likely by seabirds. He set fish guts on a rock as bait and crafted a bird trap with his net, hoping to catch a few birds to improve his meals. After a while, he checked the trap, but to his disappointment, no seabirds were caught. Alan's mood was erratic, sometimes happy, sometimes sad. Today's rare sunny skies delighted him, and he sang while boiling water, though his mood soon dropped again. It was his 4th week here, the first adjusting, the second strategizing, the third managing his mindset. He carved the 22nd notch on his stick, hoping to last another week. The camera switched to Christian, who was collecting berries. He ate as he gathered, childlike with juice-stained hands. After spending the morning filling his pot, he tirelessly collected firewood, quickly burning off the calories from the berries. He had been surviving on pine bark and berries, desperately craving protein. John was different. His worries were never about stolen fish, as he held another in his hand. Yet, he considered quitting due to homesickness. Suddenly, Alan's distant singing, meant to combat loneliness, filled the air. It was unclear if it helped, but the next morning, Alan was seen smiling by the shore. Soon, a crew boat arrived to pick him up. Before leaving, he took the door sign as a memento of cherished memories. By day 25, the Arctic Circle was entering winter. John watched the mountains gradually covered by snow and decided to insulate his shelter after cooking. He neatly cut lichen with a stone knife and filled the fireplace gaps with mud. Having prepared his shelter, he looked forward to the freezing conditions, hoping it would force others out and bring him closer to the $1 million prize. Meanwhile, Christian looked like a golden lion. Prepared to win, he stockpiled firewood under his bed. The next day, he showed off his weight loss. He had lost at least 20 kilograms, leaving his belt too loose. To keep going, he needed to find food, and soon discovered fresh reindeer droppings on the ground. John's days were more comfortable with fish to eat and a fire to warm him, but thoughts of quitting due to homesickness haunted him. He speculated about the remaining number of participants, realizing quitting now would be too advantageous for the others. He resolved to hold on until day 30. On day 28, as the snow grew heavier and the cold intensified, both men felt each day was a year. Christian's net was frozen, yet he managed to catch 2 fish, giving him a glimpse of victory. By day 30, John's net had been empty for days. He ventured into the forest for plants to stave off hunger but disliked the taste of grass. He tried eating a long type of grass instead. If he couldn't find new food, could he keep going? Christian, driven by extreme hunger, finally acted on a deer. He first cut open its skull to extract the brain for its fat content. Then he sawed off the antlers to bring home for a big stew. The rest of the deer's meat was inedible, rotten, and covered with maggots. John is planning a big project on the other side. He wants to build a steam room out of branches to form a dome, then covers it with a waterproof fabric. Finally, he heats stones and places them in water inside the tent. With everything ready, John strips down and enters the tent, happily drinking beer and enjoying the sauna. On day 35, Christian, he takes out his last 2 fish, but accidentally starts a fire. Fortunately, the fire is small and quickly controlled, only slightly burning his beard and creating a hole in his sock. He sews the hole, showing off sewing skills likely learned from a technical school. Back to John, who dislikes eating grass, he decides to continue fishing. He casts his line while reinforcing his resolve to last at least 40 days. At night, to combat loneliness, he sings songs that only make him miss home more. After much effort, he manages to soothe himself to sleep. The crucial 40th day arrives with John feeling lost and Christian smoking a homemade pipe. By day 43, the Norwegian island is completely snowy, with ice forming on stones and branches, and the water surface soon to freeze. Christian, enduring frost-bitten fingers, collects firewood for a grand bonfire party he holds that night. John celebrates his impending victory in his unique way, making a totem pole from a deer antler he found, decorating it with more antlers, and raising the pole high. He dances excitedly around his creation. After dancing, he takes out a satellite phone, declaring he has achieved his goals and it's about time to leave. On the shore, as the production team's boat appears, it's Christian who stands there, tearfully packing gifts for his family and bidding farewell to the site as he begins his journey home. Although he lost at the last minute, he tried his best. On the 45th day, John finally wins the championship. Unaware, he cooperates with the medical team for a checkup. When he sees his wife and daughter appear, he can't control his tears. He shows his wife around the campsite and shows his daughter the birthday carvings, sharing his longing for them during these days. The long separation proves worthwhile as John demonstrates his strength, wins the prize, and secures a better life for his family. This is the most authentic wilderness survival challenge. No time limits, no camera crew, and only 10 pieces of gear. 8 survivors are dropped at Lake Alta within the Arctic Circle. Here they must build shelters, find food, and prevent unexpected incidents using their robust survival skills. The last one standing wins $500,000. As the dinghy approaches the shore, each contestant is placed at their starting point. The first contestant, Gio, with his thick beard, appears to be a formidable survival expert. Watching the production team leave signifies reliance on oneself for the coming days. Gio has always loved nature since his youth, feeling safe in the wilderness. He entered the competition hoping to win money for his son's marriages. Just minutes after landing, Gio spots a nearby creek, a great sign for finding food. He quickly decides on a shelter location and sets up a waterproof tarp for the night. To gain an early advantage, Gio meticulously scans the lakeside, then strips and enters the water with a fishing net. After setting it up across the lake, he quickly dresses to avoid hypothermia, looking forward to a potential feast tomorrow. The second contestant, Rasmus, lands and uses a compass to find the sunrise direction, choosing a slightly elevated flat area for his camp. A 24-year-old industrial technician from Hylar, Rasmus treasures his second-hand RV where he manages all his daily needs. Passionate about nature due to regular outdoor trips, he joined the contest to challenge himself. After securing a fallen branch for his shelter and covering it with a tarp, everything is set. Since everything is damp on arrival, Rasmus plans to drink some cold water and sleep, postponing food concerns until the next day. Jette is the oldest contestant this season, now 54 years old. After landing, she briefly explored her surroundings and found a flat spot between tree branches. Jette decided to build her shelter there, bending the branches down and covering them with a waterproof tarp. Although it wasn't visually pleasing, it was sufficient to keep out the rain. Before the competition, Jette lived on an island with her husband, enjoying a peaceful life of horse riding and walks. She joined the competition because she was bored after retiring, aiming just to make the top 3 rather than win. When the sky cleared, Yetta emerged from her tent. She needed to build a fire quickly to avoid freezing at night. Unfortunately, everything was wet, and hundreds of strikes of the flint produced no sparks. She had to accept the situation. The 4th contestant, Burke, had served in the military for over 30 years. As a veteran, his survival skills should be decent. However, after landing, he spent half an hour without deciding on a shelter spot, and eventually settled for a makeshift one with random branches. Later, he scouted the lake, but still couldn't set a clear goal after 2.5 hours. Back home in Edwardsville, Burke was proud of his military past, often looking at old photos and dreaming of missions. He joined the competition for the thrill reminiscent of his service days. The next day, Burke realized he was soaked through after sleeping at the campsite. With the weather improving, he started building a permanent shelter, constructing a tripod with logs and covering it with a tarp. After finishing, he began planning for the next day. Meanwhile, Gio, another contestant, found a straight bamboo pole near the lake in the morning, perfect for a fishing rod. However, he prioritized checking his fishing net first. With high hopes, he retrieved his net from the lake, catching 2 small fish halfway through and ending up with 4. Excited about his catch, Gio returned to camp to cook. But despite numerous attempts, he couldn't ignite his tinder due to the damp environment, which frustrated him immensely. After pausing to think, he eventually started eating sashimi, which tasted quite good. Coming to Rasmus, he woke up feeling well in the morning after a peaceful night in his tent. Rasmus decided to set up his fishing net first, as fish were the easiest food source here. He chopped a sturdy tree trunk nearby, initially intending to secure the net to it. However, after reconsidering, he found it inappropriate and spent the morning until the afternoon building 2 tripods from over a dozen tree trunks. To an onlooker, it looked like he was constructing a fishing platform. Eddie, the 5th contestant to appear, had already set up his tent. He postponed dealing with food to avoid staying soaked in the rain and started attempting to make a fire. Luckily, he had gathered some dry tinder upon landing and, after hundreds of strikes of his flint, successfully created a roaring fire. Back in Price Bay, Eddie had been a zookeeper. Disliking animal management, he spent his free time doing crafts and occasional barbecues at home. Hence, his biggest challenge in the competition was not getting enough to eat. Taking advantage of the clear weather after the rain, Eddie went to his backyard to pick blueberries for breakfast. While eating and picking, he soon had a full stomach. However, on his way back to camp, he discovered a pile of black bear dung, startling him, especially since it was less than 100 meters from his campsite. On the 3rd day, the 6th contestant, Astrid, skillfully set up her tent, but accidentally cut the back of her hand. It was rare for a contestant to start with an injury, but fortunately, it was only a minor skin wound. After cleaning up, she quickly started a campfire, completing the basic survival elements. Astrid then planned to check the fishing net by the lake, as delicious protein was essential for a good life. Back in Odense, Astrid was a devoted outdoor cyclist and loved traveling to remote places for adventures, making her confident about this competition. Just as she reached the lake, she was thrilled to see movement under the water. Carefully, she retrieved the fishing net, processing the first wild trout just as another quickly followed, impressively large. After pulling all the nets up, Astrid successfully harvested significant protein, but the nets had several large holes, making repairs a challenge. Shauna is the 7th contestant this season. She is currently figuring out how to obtain fish. To facilitate setting up a gill net, she tied her plastic mat to it as a float. Then she took her gear to the lake and threw the net with all her strength. However, due to the strong wind and waves, she struggled to achieve the desired effect. Before officially joining the competition, Shauna was a professional kayaker who had dominated the sport in her youth. Although now retired, she still loves outdoor activities. At 51, she signed up for the competition despite her family's objections. With a strong competitive spirit from her athletic career, she is determined to outlast the other contestants and win the championship. Returning to camp to calm herself down, Shanna knew she couldn't keep going hungry. So, she decided to make a simple floating device to fish in the center of the lake. She grabbed a saw and quickly began working, spending half a day sawing off a small piece of wood and fixing some stakes on it to secure ropes. After all this effort, She returned to the lake. Despite throwing the makeshift device into the water many times, it failed to reach far. Meanwhile, Rasmus is reaping the rewards of his efforts. Excitedly, he hauled his gill net ashore and was surprised to catch a 2.5-pound fish, hurried back to camp to cook. Only after he was full did Rasmus truly appreciate the importance of fish. From now on, maintaining a daily catch could greatly increase his chances of winning. On the 4th day, Eddie built a wooden raft for fishing. Though too small to sit on, he tied one end of the gill net to it and pushed it towards the center of the lake. Concerned about its buoyancy, he added an inflatable neck surround provided by the crew, hoping it would drift farther and spread the net underwater. At Yetta's camp, while others were already eating delicious fish, she hadn't even set up her gill net. Looking at the holes in her gloves, Yetta cut them out to use as a pulley, making it easier to pull the ropes. She fixed one end of the net on a tree branch and then wound it along the shore to the opposite bank. In no time, she had set up her gill net and now just had to wait for the fish to come to her. Lars, the last contestant to appear, found many old wooden planks on the shore a few days ago. Although the planks were not very useful, the nails in them were valuable. After removing them, he knew they would come in handy. As a seasoned public school teacher, Lars teaches students outdoor survival skills. He has always loved nature, which is why he prefers working outdoors. He prepared extensively for the competition, even training in rock climbing, fearing his students would laugh at him if he didn't win. In no time, Lars removed dozens of nails and quickly crafted a chair from the planks, which fit perfectly in his campsite. Afterward, he went out to look for food. Searching carefully along a creek, Lars found a spiky plant root, a childhood delicacy with a sweet and sour taste that could replenish a lot of energy. He also gathered some fennel and took it back to camp, where he cooked it with half a piece of fish for lunch. So far, Lars's progress was satisfactory. On day 5, the situation at Burke's camp was not optimistic. Having caught no protein for 5 consecutive days, he was desperate. The continuous rain for 5 days had dampened his spirits and made it difficult for him to work. Crossing the river left him gasping for breath. Once he reached the opposite bank, he quickly set up his gill net. Sitting by the lake afterward, he felt utterly out of his element, regretting his 30 years as a soldier when a little wind and rain defeated him. As hunger became unbearable in the afternoon, Burke went to check the gill net. Perhaps out of pity, the net had caught 2 small fish, smaller than his palm but enough to stave off hunger. Just as he was about to go back for a pot, he slipped and fell hard, lying on the ground unable to move. Despite his efforts, he couldn't get up and, fearing for his life, called for rescue. A speedboat arrived quickly, and he had been waiting on the shore for a long time. The initial medical assessment suggested possible rib issues and recommended an X-ray at the hospital. Hearing this, Burke exploded with frustration. Just as things were looking up and he hadn't even eaten the fish, he had to withdraw due to this injury. Accepting this harsh reality, he reluctantly headed home early. By day 5, only 7 contestants remained. Gio is probably the contestant with the most food so far. A quick check of his gill net reveals 7 or 8 fish. He hurries to fry them until golden brown on both sides. However, the thick smoke from the stove makes it impossible for him to keep his eyes open. After quickly enjoying his lunch, Gio decides to modify his stove. Living in a shelter that leaks air from all sides, he would freeze without a fireplace. Thus, building a fireplace becomes his top priority. He puts on a large backpack and heads to the river to collect stones. He brings them back to the camp and builds the fireplace bit by bit, filling the joints with sand. Soon, the fireplace is complete. He takes out a small piece of cotton he collected as tinder. With the friction of flint, it soon produces blue smoke. He quickly starts a campfire to test it out. The smoke quickly fills the entire campsite, making it unbearable. Gio has to step outside to check the situation. According to him, there is still room for improvement. If necessary, he might build a chimney later. Today, Eddie plans to relocate his shelter. He has grown tired of living in a house smaller than 3 square meters. While moving, a reindeer suddenly runs across the hill opposite. Faced with this delivered deer meat, Eddie lacks the courage to hunt it. He checks his gill net at the lake but catches nothing, not even a fish scale. He resets the net, believing it will definitely catch fish this time. Sure enough, by afternoon, He sees something in the net even before reaching the lake. He eagerly retrieves it, and as each fish surfaces, Eddie's excitement is indescribable. He ultimately catches 7 wild trout in one go. He collects some dry bark as fuel for the fire. Soon, he is sitting on the shore enjoying the delicious grilled fish. Astrid, meanwhile, finds a plank on the shore while collecting materials. Its uses in the wilderness are evident. It takes her most of the day to carry it back to camp. Astrid decides to first expand her shelter. Using climbing skills practiced for 2.5 years, she quickly stretches the waterproof cloth to its maximum, instantly enlarging the tent. She then goes to the lake to collect materials to reinforce the shack. Whether it's wooden planks or tree roots, she carries them all back to camp. After more than an hour of continuous work, she finally reinforces one wall. Then she brings over a few branches to cover it, protecting herself from the wind at night. Finally, after packing up all her belongings, Astrid moves into her new home. Jette finally reached the day to check her gill net. Having not eaten protein for 5 days, she was starving. Eagerly, she went to the lakeside and started to pull up the net. To her surprise, the more she pulled, the more fish appeared, nearly too heavy for her to lift with both hands. The haul excited Jette so much she couldn't stop smiling. After carefully counting, she had caught 10 wild trout. Returning to camp, Jette immediately started cooking, consuming 7 fish in one sitting until she couldn't eat anymore. It seemed impossible for her to stockpile food. As an older person, enjoying the moment was enough. By day 6, Rasmus slept until noon. Since tasting fish, he looked forward to checking his gill net daily. However, when he checked the net at the lake, he was disappointed to only find a small fish, not the catch he had hoped for. Worried about possibly not catching any fish in the future, he took his water bottle and went up the mountain to gather berries, hoping this would reduce pressure on the gill net. As time passed, Rasmus's mindset began to change, often reflecting on life during dull moments. It seemed he might not last much longer. The next morning, he returned to the lake and was lucky to catch 2 small fish, discarding the heads and only cooking the most delicious parts. Jette always felt tired. She wondered if it was due to her age, needing to sit and rest after just a little activity. Not wanting to continue living in a cramped shelter, Jette planned to build a larger tent nearby. However, this physical labor proved too much for her, and she started feeling dizzy after a few attempts. Clearly, continuing this way would compromise her health. On day 10, a yacht broke the lake's silence. Both contestants, feeling negative, contemplated quitting. As the yacht slowly approached, Jette had been waiting at the shore for a long time. After experiencing 10 days of wilderness life, she realized she couldn't physically handle it and didn't want to suffer any consequences. After much thought, she decided it was better to leave early and leave opportunities to the younger ones. Finally, packing her bags, Jette regretfully withdrew from the competition. Meanwhile, over at Shauna's side, each day she can only lie on the ground and eat berries to survive. For her, making it to day 10 was already a personal goal achieved, but she still wanted to challenge herself and aim to eat her first fish in this environment. She continued to check her gill net at the lake, not hoping for a large catch, just enough to satiate her hunger. Eventually, she caught a small fish, which thrilled her immensely. She processed it on the spot and could finally enjoy a meal of sizzling grilled fish, feeling a moment of happiness. Switching to Astrid, she seems to be the best off among the female contestants. She even planned to set up a comfortable single bed for herself, aiming to improve her quality of life in the wild. After setting everything up, she went to the lake to check her gill net. Perhaps due to the location, she effortlessly caught 18 wild fish, securing enough food for half a month. She cleaned the innards by the river and smoked the fish on sticks, claiming the title of the season's fish queen. By day 12, Rasmus had not caught any fish for several days, which demotivated him completely. As a young man, he took this setback hard. According to him, he should not have signed up for the show. After sitting on the mountain and thinking for 2.5 hours, he finally decided to call the show's crew. As the yacht slowly approached, Rasmus felt exhilarated to see people again. Unable to stay in a place without food, he eagerly packed his bags and went home. On day 13, only 5 contestants remained. Eddie's situation was not optimistic. Despite having enough food each day, He constantly missed his family, used charcoal as toothpaste to maintain oral hygiene even in the wild. After getting ready, he went to check his gill net on the shore, but unfortunately, he hadn't caught any fish for several days. With no other choice, he returned to camp empty-handed, dreading having to eat blueberries again to stave off hunger. During berry picking, he also collected some juniper berries to crush for their unique scent, hoping to attract fish. In the meantime, he kept busy with crafts at the camp entrance to distract himself from missing his family. In the afternoon, despite rough waters, his gill net finally caught 2 small fish. Just as he was processing the fish, Eddie started to feel chest pain and headaches, which was not a good sign. Gio, although he didn't catch many fish, eating one a day was still manageable. He returned to camp to gather some berries, making do for the day. Considering that using a gill net might no longer be effective, Gio decided to create a fishing rig. He had found a curved tree root a few days earlier, perfect for making a reel. Equipped, he hurried to the lake to test it out, using another stick to help cast the line. He had hoped for a quick catch, but after standing by the lake for 2.5 hours, he ended up catching nothing, which was disappointing. Let's start with Astrid. She has achieved an abundance of fish. A casual check by the lake revealed at least 20 fish to start with. Underwater, the sight was even more impressive. One plump wild fish after another was caught. She counted a total of 23 fish carefully. Back at camp, she immediately began to enjoy the delicious meal. After eating her fill, there were still many fish left on the branches. Honestly, she no longer felt the need to exert herself and decided to just lie down and enjoy life. Moving to Eddie, his constant sense of loneliness brought him near the edge of breaking down. He cooked the last of his few remaining fish for breakfast. Initially, he thought to divide it into 3 meals, but he ended up eating it all in one go. As for the fish he caught afterward, Eddie didn't save any as emergency food. Perhaps out of desperation, he started cooking right on the shore. After eating his fill, he just lay down on the ground. Over with Shauna. After finally replenishing some energy, Shauna decided to check out the scenery on the mountain. She gulped down some cold water from a wild stream and insisted her decision was the right one. After enjoying the view, she packed her large backpack and returned to camp. So far, Shauna's weight had dropped significantly. If she couldn't catch any fish, it would be hard for her to last until the end. Lars also exhibited puzzling behavior, neglecting food gathering to go mountain viewing with his backpack daily. Unlike the others, once he started climbing, he couldn't stop. Young people really do have energy. After wandering the mountain for over 3 hours, he was exhausted and drank some cold water from a stream. Back at camp, Lars didn't rest. After sweating from a day's climb, he filled a large waterproof bag with water and poured in the already heated water, preparing to bathe at camp. Notably, he even had shampoo, which he claimed to have found by the lake on day 4. Judging from the smell, it seemed still usable, so he no longer had to worry about an itchy scalp. Astrid woke up with her hair looking like a wasp's nest. After half a month without washing, she even considered braiding her dirty hair. She decided to upgrade her living quality by moving the existing firewood aside and started paving the floor with stones, quickly completing the task. Of course, her camp also featured a kitchen corner. On day 15, Astrid was singing while checking her fishing nets. Meanwhile, Gio also arrived at the lake. However, their results were always mediocre. Gio sadly caught only 1 fish, while Astrid consistently caught at least 8. Her daily haul quickly made her fall in love with the place, confident that if this pace continued, she would surely win. Over at Eddie's camp, he picked some juniper leaves by the lake in the morning and boiled them until they were steaming. Initially, it seemed he might use them for tea, but instead he started washing up with them. The leaves, rich in plant oils, were supposedly good for cleaning off dirt. After his bath, he felt quite revitalized, lying on a rock, soaking up the sun and reflecting on life. By day 16, the arrival of a yacht signaled that another contestant could no longer continue. Eddie had been waiting on the shore for a long time. According to him, food was not the reason for his withdrawal. He simply couldn't bear the loneliness and preferred to go home to his family. Ultimately, he packed up and regretfully left the competition. On day 17, only 4 contestants remained. In the middle of the night, Gio suddenly heard noises at the campsite. Grabbing a flashlight, he went to investigate and found a small frog on his tent. Seizing this unexpected source of protein, he promptly put it in a pot. The next morning, He took the frog he had kept overnight to the lake. Just when it seemed the frog might escape, Gio quickly dispatched it with an axe, discarding the upper body but keeping the tasty legs for lunch. In just a few minutes, the delicious aroma filled the air. Gio couldn't wait to eat outside, enjoying the roasted frog. Although the small amount of meat was hardly enough, it was a nice change after so many days. Meanwhile, Shauna was likely faring the worst so far, having eaten only 3 fish since the start. Today was another day to check the fishing nets. Perhaps fortune smiled on her as she easily caught a small fish, but had no luck at the second net, which was cleaner than her face. Shauna found it extremely difficult to survive here. She cleaned the fish by the lake, preparing another good meal of wilderness cuisine. As the weather grew colder, she returned to camp shivering, so she quickly did some exercises to warm up and improve her circulation. Afterward, she started cooking today's lunch. Normally, she should have felt happy after eating, but instead, Shauna sat in her camp, overwhelmed by loneliness and the struggle to find food, causing the 50-something-year-old woman to shed tears. Given the circumstances, it seems she might not last much longer in the competition. Lars has recently upgraded his shelter, improving both wind and rain resistance. He's also fully furnished the inside, while useless clutter is piled outside. Afterward, he went to the shore to check his gill nets. After checking 2 nets, he only caught a small fish, which was disappointing. Lars then went up the mountain to pick blueberries, as the small fish was hardly enough even for a snack. As the nets were yielding less, he decided to build a wooden fishing device. After measuring and cutting the wood, he worked hard to create a wooden float and attach a hook. At the lake, he baited the hook and let it drift, hoping it would catch something sizable in the lake center. Astrid, one of the best-developed contestants, spends her spare time crafting at camp. She uses handmade items as cups and other utensils. After finishing, she went to check her gill nets, already smiling as she approached, because she knew it was another successful day. Indeed, she easily pulled in 6 fish. Considering the smoke from cooking at camp stung her eyes, she decided to hang smoked meat on the roof and cut a large hole in the waterproof fabric with a knife, using birch bark and leaves to direct the smoke outside, allowing her to cook without smoke risk. On day 18, Gio started his mountain hike, aware that most who climb tend to quit. After packing a heavy backpack and picking up some deer antlers along the way, he reached the peak in 2.5 hours. Overwhelmed by the beauty, back to Lars, his fishing device caught nothing, prompting him to change locations. He chose a river he had seen while mountain climbing days before. After packing, he quickly set off, planning to camp in the mountains for several nights. The fog thickened, nearly rendering his compass useless. Relying on memory, he found the right direction and followed a stream uphill. After over 3 hours, he reached a broad inland lake, exhausted and ready to rest. As night fell, Lars lit a campfire and settled in for the night. The sky displayed beautiful auroras, a marvel of nature. Waking up the next morning, his sleeping bag was covered in frost, indicating the severe cold. After packing up, he went to the lakeside with his fishing hook, quickly catching a fish. This area seemed richer in resources than the lower mountain areas. Over to Astrid, despite the freezing morning temperatures making it hard to move her hands, the joy of her catch was exhilarating. She carefully hauled her gill net ashore. With the colder weather, today's catch was small, only 4 or 5 fish. Meanwhile, Shanna, shivering from the cold, warmed up by doing calisthenics. She had good luck today, catching a large, small fish, and after cooking, she ate it right there, the fullness giving her hope to continue. Gio, perhaps out of boredom, built a signal fire by the lake and lit a bonfire, singing as he watched the flames. As the fire died down, so did his patience. The next morning, a yacht slowly approached from the lake. Another contestant couldn't endure anymore. As it docked, Gio, initially confident, had greeted it with a smile. Over time, his mindset shifted. The days felt meaningless, risking depression. He decided it was better to leave early than continue suffering, packing up and regretfully exiting the competition. By day 21, only 3 contestants remained. After catching several large fish the previous day, Lars decided to pack and return to his original spot. Staying high up wasn't sustainable. Carrying a 50-kilogram backpack, he set off, discovering many wild dandelions along the way. According to survival guides, dandelion stems are excellent for detoxifying and cooling the body. He ate several, hoping to energize. After over 3 hours of trekking, Lars finally returned to camp. The next morning, Lars was first to the shore to check his gill net. As he pulled, the net grew heavier, successfully yielding 2 large, small fish. Meanwhile, Shanna also had a successful catch, reeling in 2 protein-rich fish. She then cooked lunch in her open-air kitchen, and soon a feast was ready. Shanna wasted none of the hard-earned protein, even licking the pot clean. After eating her fill, she took her walking stick and enjoyed a leisurely stroll up the mountain. Over with Astrid, she woke up one morning and unexpectedly started crying. Despite having the most food reserves among the contestants, she realized that without a good mental state, even plentiful food wouldn't suffice. To overcome this mood, Astrid decided to pack her gear and hike the mountain to relax. Walking and admiring the scenery helped improve her spirits. Reaching the summit, she built a symbolic totem of stones and realized the importance of not pushing herself too hard, lest she miss out on the beautiful surroundings. Lars, meanwhile, checked his fishing net before nightfall, but caught nothing due to the strong winds and waves. A lack of fish meant no food, which could soon force him out of the competition. However, his mindset remained unchanged, hoping to maintain this until the end of the contest. By day 23, Lars woke to find his tent collapsed due to strong winds. He had planned to search for protein that day, but now he had to prioritize fixing his shelter. He moved his belongings aside to avoid freezing at night. He had to rebuild his shelter within the day. Before starting work, he checked his fishing net at the lake, but found it tangled with seaweed and damaged due to the waves. Today, it seemed he was destined to work on an empty stomach. He collected logs, sawed them to equal lengths, tied them into a tripod formation, and constructed a circular frame for his shelter. Then Lars decided to repair his fishing gear, crucial for survival in this remote location. Before nightfall, he hurriedly covered his shelter with a waterproof tarp, though he knew the high tent was prone to being blown over, leaving its fate to luck. On day 24, a sudden storm swept across the lakeside. Astrid had just returned from checking her fishing net by the lake and was surprised to catch only 1 fish. The reason was clear. The weather had played havoc. The net in the water had been twisted into a mess by the wind, making it impossible to catch fish. Meanwhile, Shanna hurried to prepare her camp for the impending storm, sawing wood and chopping firewood in a frenzy. Exhausted, she realized she couldn't go on without eating. She quickly made a fire back at camp and cooked the half fish left from the morning. Lars, seeking fish, decided to make a lure hook using a mineral water bottle as a reel. He quickly went to the lake with his gear, but stood on the shore for 2.5 hours without catching anything, his face freezing in the worsening weather. Frustrated, Lars returned to his camp, worrying that the wind might blow over his leaky shelter at night. With the weather forcing the contestants to stay in their shelters, their mental state was put to the test. By day 25, a contestant was already struggling. Astrid had come to the shore early, and upon seeing the crew, she broke down in tears, overwhelmed by having lasted over 20 days alone. She felt she could have won if not for her mental struggles, despite having enough fish stored earlier. Ultimately, Astrid packed her bags and regretfully left the competition. Now only 2 contestants remained. Lars checked his fishing net early each day, his life revolving around fishing. As he pulled all his nets ashore, the colder weather had driven the fish into deeper waters, and he found nothing. At the same time, Shanna faced difficulties. Still without fish, she decided to call it quits. The crew had just left but had to return quickly. After an emotional hug, Shanna admitted she withdrew, not because of a lack of food, but due to her mental state after being on the island for so long. By day 26, only Lars remained. He was still trying to catch fish, and perhaps luck was on his side as he caught a big fish while retrieving his net, enough to last another few days. Meanwhile, the crew brought Lars's family to the site. Following the usual health check, and as he began an interview, his wife and children approached from behind. Learning that he was the season's winner, Lars was thrilled as expected. He then showed his family around his living area, packed his bags, and celebrated his victory. Congratulations to Lars for winning the season. 12 survivors were divided into 6 teams. Each pair was dropped into the extremely cold Norwegian Arctic. Here, they had to build shelters, find food, and be constantly on guard against unexpected incidents. Whether they were siblings or romantic couples, they could fall apart at any moment under these conditions. The team that lasted until the end would win a cash prize of $500,000. Riding in self-assembled dinghies, the participants were dropped off at their respective starting points. The first to appear was a young woman named Danielle. It was her first time here, filling her with both nervousness and excitement. She found a decent flat piece of land by the shore where she had to build a shelter within 2 days, or her boyfriend would have nowhere to stay when he arrived. Meanwhile, Danielle's boyfriend, Patrick, was trekking 10 kilometers away, carrying a 50-kilogram backpack, struggling to breathe. As the only young couple in the competition, both expressed great confidence in their survival. Before officially entering the competition, Danielle was a full-time flight attendant, and she had been dating Patrick for 2.5 years. Patrick, with over a decade of deep-sea diving experience, was no stranger to wilderness survival. They joined the competition, hoping to win enough money to buy their own house. After only walking a few kilometers, Patrick was already too exhausted to stand, soaking wet. After appreciating the beautiful scenery around him, he began to use his compass to confirm his direction. Meanwhile, Danielle started building the shelter, simply pulling a rope for a crossbeam and covering it with a waterproof tarp. Once she secured all 4 corners, the shelter was complete. The second pair to appear was a sister duo. Martha, the older sister, was responsible for setting up the camp on site, while Camilla ventured further afield. Shortly after landing, Martha found wild blueberries on the ground. Although not plentiful, they were enough for dinner. Her only fear was not having enough food when her sister arrived. Continuing towards the woods, she discovered a wild stream and drank heartily. Considering there was both water and food, Martha decided to establish the camp there. Back in Norway, the sisters ran an organic food wholesale business, sustaining themselves by selling fresh vegetables. Living together year-round, they had a strong understanding of each other. Hoping to win the prize money to expand their vegetable market, the sisters were filled with anticipation for the competition. After landing, Camilla felt the nature around her for a moment before starting to walk towards her sister. The third duo to appear was a pair of brothers. EMLL, the elder, took on the task of hiking. He hadn't walked far when he spotted a wild frog. As newcomers to the competition, he hadn't realized the importance of protein and hastily let it go. Meanwhile, his younger brother Nicholas had just landed, completely unaware of the wilderness's harshness. He quickly adjusted his mood and set out to build a shelter. Before the competition, the brothers had a grand dream of cycling around the world. Unfortunately, due to a lack of funds, they had never even left their small hometown. Additionally, maintaining their bicycles was a significant expense. Thus, their sole goal in the competition was to win the prize money to fulfill their dream. Nicholas found a relatively flat area and laid down a waterproof tarp. He then cut down a small tree nearby to use as a support, creating a simple wilderness shelter. On the other side, EMLL was making good time to reunite with his brother. Carrying a heavy backpack, he walked for over 3 hours without rest until he reached a mountain spring. After drinking a few sips of cool water, EMLL felt re-energized and continued on his way. Upon meeting up with Nicholas, who had set up a temporary shelter, EMLL, without even stopping for lunch, began constructing a more robust wilderness cabin. The piece of tarp on the ground was not enough for both brothers to sleep on. He found a spot with less wind and started sawing logs. With great vigor, he quickly erected a conical frame. Turning to the couple's team, Patrick, while his girlfriend was at the camp enjoying tea and the scenery, was struggling with exhaustion. He soon encountered a fast-flowing river blocking his path. Lacking the courage to cross directly, he searched for a shallower part along the riverbank and cautiously moved forward with a walking stick. Using his weight advantage, Patrick eventually made it to the other side, though he had to return later to retrieve his camera. Meanwhile, Danielle was preparing their sleeping area at the camp to avoid discomfort from the ground stones. She made the ground very smooth and then went outside with an iron pot to gather all the visible blueberries, ensuring there was something for Patrick to eat upon his arrival, to avoid any complaints. At Nicholas's duo camp, today he plans to set up the fishing net first, since fish is the easiest food to get here. He carefully brings the net to the lake. Having trained only 5 days before the contest, he's still a novice at this. By the time he's done, it's nearly afternoon. Now he just hopes for a big catch tomorrow morning. At the sisters' camp, Martha. Unable to bear her hunger, she heads to the shore to fish. As time passes, it gradually gets darker. Realizing that waiting like this isn't working, Martha secures several fish hooks at the shore and decides to check again tomorrow. As dusk approaches, the hikers start pitching their tents, just for a simple overnight stay, so the accommodations are not elaborate. At Patrick's camp, he's sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when suddenly he sees someone standing in front of him. He almost has a heart attack from the fright, but upon closer inspection, it's just his drying pants. Even Patrick laughs at this midnight scare. Day 3. Nicholas can't wait to check his fishing net. Initially having little hope, he quickly pulls up a small fish and then several more follow. Overjoyed, he catches 6 wild fish in total and hurries back to camp to cook them. After boiling them vigorously for several minutes, he makes a simple fish broth and eagerly tastes it, gaining much-needed energy. He doesn't even spare the oil on the lid, licking it clean. Back at Martha's camp, she checks the fish hooks she set up the previous day but only catches a small fish. Although it's hardly enough even as a snack, finding any food in the wilderness is still impressive. After cleaning the fish, she brings it back to camp for her sister. She also picks lots of wild mushrooms, planning a big meal with her sister. Meanwhile, Camilla is exhausted from continuous hiking, with a blister on her foot. After a brief rest, she resumes her journey. Not knowing how long she's walked, Camilla finally finds her sister's camp. Hearing a clicking sound nearby, Martha responds, surprised at her sister's speedy arrival. They shout to each other and walk towards the sound, eventually meeting in a small grove. Hearing that her sister has cooked fish, Camilla runs to the camp. Once together, the sisters have endless conversations. After a short break, they prepared to set up the fishing net. Since Martha's sister was a complete novice, Martha had to work hard to teach her. After over half an hour of arguing, they assigned tasks and reached the lake. It took most of the day, but they finally set up the fishing net. Then, they sat by the lake, catching up on old times. At Patrick's camp, he hadn't walked long before he stopped to admire a beautiful scene. Suddenly, a herd of 14 reindeer ran across a distant hillside, one particularly large one staring from afar. Alone outside, encountering this was rare for Patrick, who had no thoughts of hunting. He marveled at the sight of nature, then shouldered his large backpack and continued up the ridge. Reaching the summit, he saw a lake where he expected to find his girlfriend, Danielle. Energized by the thought, he quickly reached a small grove and started calling out to her. Danielle, hearing well, responded soon. Knowing each other's locations, they hurried towards each other and met, overwhelmed with joy. Seeing the large bed Danielle had prepared, Patrick was delighted. Then, they cooperated to set up the fishing net. Meanwhile, Emil climbed hundreds of meters up the ridge but was blocked by a swamp. Taking a detour seemed impractical, so he bravely pushed forward. Luckily, the mud wasn't deep, and he soon reached the other side, albeit with worn-out shoes. He believed it wouldn't be long before he and his brother met. At the same time, Nicholas was building a shelter. Considering both were tall, at over 6 feet, the shelter needed to be appropriately sized. A comfortable single bed was also planned. Suddenly, Nicholas heard his brother calling and quickly ran up to the summit. Surprisingly, Emil had already completed his task. The brothers greeted each other excitedly. Nicholas then briefed him on the campsite. With only one bed, their priority was to set up the camp before dark. After 2.5 hours of hard work, their warm and comfortable shelter was ready. Now, with a brother and a fire, nothing could be more pleasant. The 4th contestant named Anne just landed, shivering with fear. It was her first time in such a competition, which would make anyone nervous. She pulled out a deceitful map and a compass from her pocket. Anne's task was to hike 12 kilometers within 4 days to meet her husband, Bjorn, on the other side. After quickly determining the direction, she put on her 50-kilogram backpack and set off. Meanwhile, Bjorn had already reached the shore. After a brief survey of the surroundings, he decided to build the shelter there. He collected a dead wood for the crossbeam and then covered it with a tarp, completing a simple melon shelter. Before the official competition, the couple managed a farm and lived in the suburbs, where their keen interest in hunting developed. They often went hunting with guns. A&N, having served as a volunteer soldier for 2.5 years, was much stronger and smarter than Bjorn, giving them great confidence to persevere to the end. Next up was a father-son duo. Carl, at 65, robustly joined the competition. For him, who had never used a smartphone, handling complex filming equipment was challenging. Due to his age, the hiking task naturally fell to his son. It was the first time 18-year-old Mark had left his family for the wilderness. Before leaving, the directors kindly taught him to read a map and arrange the simplest routes for him. Meanwhile, his father quickly set up the shelter at the lake. The warm sunshine, however, forced him to lie down and rest. Back home in Norway, Carl was quite the primitive man, his fierce look revealing his exceptional survival skills. Now that his son was grown, to foster his independence, Carl had signed them up for the competition. Winning the prize money was not important. His son's healthy survival was all that mattered. Mark had not walked far when the path turned muddy. Struggling out of the swamp, he was dismayed to find his new shoes ruined. The last contestant to appear was named Casper. His landing spot was decent, surrounded by mountains, water, and forests. He quickly set up a shelter nearby and even started a campfire. Without the company of a phone or computer, he could only sit and pass the time meditating. At this moment, he missed his friend Victor, who was on the other side. As the only contestant with a physical advantage this season, Victor faced a significant challenge hiking and had to rest shortly after starting. Before the official competition, Caspar and Victor were childhood friends. Years of friendship led them to live and work together. Their only notable skills were fishing and gathering herbs. They knew each other's strengths well and believed they could win the championship unless something unexpected occurred. However, shortly after Victor started, mosquitoes quickly targeted him. They could even bite through his clothes. After briefly checking his direction, he quickly shouldered his luggage and set off. When he came to where Anne, the wife in the couple's team, was located, she was already exhausted from walking miles. Her throat was so dry it almost smoked. Fortunately, she heard the sound of water nearby. Indeed, a rushing river blocked her path, which excited her. She quickly pulled out a cup and drank heartily. Considering it would be dark in 2 hours, Anne decided to spend the night there. Meanwhile, other hiking contestants began setting up their camps. Victor, exhausted due to his physique, could only lie in his tent and sleep soundly. Worried about not finding water on the way, he placed an iron pot on the ground to collect rainwater. On the third day, the father-son team, Carl, surprisingly caught 14 fish in the early morning and even brewed himself a pot of leaf tea. Caspar decided to set up his fishing net early to catch fish. He carried his gear to the lakeside and quickly entered the water. With his skilled swimming, he set up the fishing net in no time. At this moment, his friend Victor had just woken up from his tent and gulped down some rainwater he collected the night before. Facing the high mountains ahead without sufficient food and water, he considered giving up for the first time. Back to Anne, she became unusually excited when she walked onto a plain and spotted an old moose staring at her. The moose was large and fat. If she had a bow and arrow and the courage, the championship could have been hers. Unfortunately, she could only watch it leave. After briefly admiring the beautiful scenery around her, Anne did not dare to stay long and set off again. After an unknown period of walking, she finally saw her husband's location. However, to reach there, she had to go around a lake, turning what would have been a day's journey into 2 days. Not wanting to use up too much energy, Anne decided to rest there for the night. After all, her feet were already wrinkled. At Victor's side, as he ventured further, the path became more rugged. Victor studied the map for most of the day, but was clueless about how to bypass the obstacle. His initial excitement quickly faded, and he simply lay down on a clear spot. Having not consumed any protein for 3 days and stuck in place, he felt like quitting. It was uncertain how much longer he could hold on. At Carl's side, while grilling fish at noon in his camp, Carl suddenly heard noises from the bushes. Turning around, he realized his son had traveled far to see him. There was no hug upon meeting, likely due to his son's exhaustion. Quickly, Carl served the cooked fish, and they sat down to feast on the ground, enjoying the meal. After a brief half-hour rest, Carl and his son went fishing by the lake. At Anne's side, after packing up in the morning, Anne prepared to cross the large river in front of her before the weather turned. She entered the river with the help of a cane and nearly slipped into the water. Thankfully, the river wasn't deep, and she reached the other side quickly. She didn't rest upon landing, but headed straight towards her husband's location. Upon hearing her call, Bjorn, who was sleeping in the camp, rushed out to check. The couple successfully met in the small woods and hurried back to camp to rest. Thankfully, Bjorn had prepared some fish, which they eagerly devoured. At the friends, Caspar's side, Today was the day to check the fishing nets. Eager, Casper went to the lake. As he began to pull up the net, he caught his first small fish. Incredibly, as he pulled more, he found more fish. Within just a few minutes, he had caught 9 large small fish, enjoying remarkable luck. After gutting them at the lake, he was ready to share the meal with his friend. Meanwhile, Victor, after 2 days of tough trekking, finally crossed the high mountain. As dusk fell, he set up his tent to rest for the night. On the 5th day, Caspar, while chopping trees at the camp, suddenly heard his teammates shout. The moment he saw his friend alive, both were incredibly excited and met successfully by the lake. At the father-son duo's side, under Carl's instruction, they decided to build a larger camp. They began by tying a horizontal beam to the tree trunks, then found 2 branches to cross and secure. Finally, they fortified the windbreak walls with more branches and covered them with a waterproof cloth, completing the shelter. Due to the son being pampered, he chopped wood for the first time and accidentally struck his own hand with the axe. Blood gushed out immediately. Although they initially thought a bandage from the first aid kit would suffice, the father, prioritizing his son's safety, insisted he call for help. A speedboat arrived swiftly, and after examining the wound, the doctor stated that hospital treatment was necessary. This meant both had to quit the competition. Hearing this, the father suppressed his anger, reluctantly accepting the situation. It was his own negligence that had caused the injury, and ultimately they had no choice but to pack up and head home. On the 6th day, the Nicholas brothers woke up in their tent, pleased with the shelter they had worked hard to build. Considering they always struggled with smoke when lighting a fire, they decided to build a chimney at the campsite that day. After marking the spot, they cut an opening in the waterproof cloth with a knife and surrounded it with stone slabs. Within half an hour, a proper fireplace was completed. However, the smoke could still only exit through the door, quickly engulfing the entire campsite. Nicholas, who went in to add wood, was nearly overcome by the smoke. They had to extinguish the campfire and think of another solution if they wanted to rest properly. Over at the friends group with Victor, after a brief discussion about the day's plans, they decided to rearrange the fishing nets. Lacking suitable tools to enter the water, they tied stones to the rope and threw it towards the opposite bank numerous times. Seeing that Nicholas was unreliable, Emil had to cross to the other side first to retrieve the rope. After much effort and pulling from both sides, they finally managed to set up the fishing net, hoping for a feast the next day after 5 days of hunger. At the couple's camp, they had spent the previous day expanding their shelter, mainly using physical labor. Fortunately, they had already set up the fishing nets the day before. Both took a rope to the lakeside, with boyfriend Patrick leading the effort. As they slowly pulled the fishing net ashore, a large trout appeared, followed by a second catch. They were thrilled and immediately took them back to the camp to enjoy the delicious meal, satisfying their protein needs for the first time in 5 days. Translation for the sisters duo. So far, they have not worried about food. The urgent task is to reinforce their shelter. They chopped one small tree after another nearby, setting up the basic framework of the house. They also needed to reinforce it with branches. Once the entire roof was covered with branches, they laid the versatile waterproof cloth over it. The excess wood was not wasted. It was used as firewood. With the final wall secured, their deluxe wilderness melon guard shack was completed, perfectly suitable for the daily life of the 2 sisters. After finishing, Martha did not rest but decided to gather some herbs nearby. She managed to collect a little and planned to make tea for her sister that evening on the 7th day. Translation for the couple, Anne and Bjorn. Today they had an important task, to get fish by any means. They had planned to build a boat days earlier to set fishing nets in the center of the lake. The construction was simple. Sticks were tied to a frame, which was then wrapped tightly with waterproof cloth. Once prepared, Bjorn set off in the small boat. He first retrieved the fishing net set the day before, which surprisingly caught nothing. Just as they were about to return home hungry, another net showed activity. A slightly larger fish surfaced, exciting Anne. They quickly retrieved it with the net. Though not as big as expected, it was enough to keep them from going hungry that night. With energy replenished, the couple decided it was time to build a permanent shelter, as staying in a tent was too cramped even for sleeping. Translation for the couple, Patrick and Danielle. Both were very hungry. To catch fish, Patrick suggested building a fishing platform right outside their home, which would make fishing and setting nets very convenient. However, his idea was quickly rejected by his girlfriend. Patrick proposed several other methods, but none satisfied her. Helpless, Patrick could only worry. Later, too hungry to wait, they checked the old fishing nets and were lucky to catch 3 small fish. While too small to be substantial, having any food was fortunate. Then, Danielle volunteered to set nets in another location. When they arrived, not wanting to get their clothes wet, Patrick tried unsuccessfully to enter the water from the shore because his boots were too short. So they sat by the shore for a long time, finally deciding to throw the net to the opposite bank using stones. Translation for the brothers duo. Today, their task is still to build the chimney. They started by estimating the height with a few tree trunks. After some thought, they covered the inside with bacon. They worked all afternoon and finally built a man-high giant chimney. Without further ado, they started a campfire to test it out. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, no smoke came out. To ensure a peaceful sleep tonight, they had to cut the waterproof fabric around the chimney to let the smoke escape. Translation for Victor. The two still do not have a proper shelter. They found a crooked old tree to support their lean-to, cleaned off the excess branches, and placed some logs on top. Due to the varying lengths of wood, there was little progress for half the day, causing them to blame each other. After 2.5 hours, they finally built the frame. Just as they were about to cover it with waterproof fabric, they realized it was too short. Thinking it over, they decided to saw off the extra wood. Just then, Victor almost fell, but was quickly caught by his teammate. Together, they successfully wrapped the shelter in waterproof fabric. Just then, a strong wind blew as they were packing to move into their new home. Upon arrival, they found the house nearly blown away, making it uncertain if they could sleep there tonight. Translation for the couple. Today was another day for fishing. Perhaps due to the location, they caught nothing again. So they decided to go to the southern waters near the shelter and set up their fishing nets from the boat. Translation for Nicholas and his brother. This morning, while out for a walk, Nicholas stumbled upon a straight bamboo pole. He decided to make a fishing rod from it, wrapping the broken parts with tape from the first aid kit. He then cut off the metal rings from the waterproof fabric and taped them to the bamboo pole, not forgetting the reel. With his equipment ready, he hurried to the lake. His first cast went smoothly thanks to the elasticity of the bamboo, but his laughter quickly faded when the fishing rod broke in two on the second cast. His brother couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Translation for the sisters duo. While other contestants were still worried about fish, the sisters easily caught a big one. Coincidentally, on the younger sister's birthday. Perfect for a feast. After retrieving all their fishing nets, they successfully caught 4 or 5 wild trout. Meanwhile, Caspar also had good luck, catching 8 proteins and bringing them back to camp to roast over a big fire. By the 10th day, the Nicholas brothers finally moved out the fireplace. They connected the previous smoke duct to the stovetop, allowing them to feel the warmth inside each time they lit a fire outside. After completing the setup, they quickly brewed a pot of berry tea. Over at Caspar's side, a strong wind last night nearly froze them to death. So today's main task was building the fireplace. Even with such a simple task, they began to slack and blame each other. They struggled to build the foundation with bacon, then propped up the basic frame with branches and covered it with mud for sealing. They estimated this smoke map would work great. By the 12th day, 5 teams remained. The Nicholas brothers got up early, still checking their fishing nets. At the first net, they easily pulled up 5 small fish. Without time to cheer, they hurried to the next location, finding the second net also full of fish, and unsurprisingly secured 10 proteins. They quickly returned to camp to enjoy a big meal. The couple also came to check their nets, and unexpectedly, there seemed to be a big one underwater, exciting them so much they danced around. However, as they tried to pull it ashore, the big fish escaped right before their eyes, a blow anyone would find hard to accept. After retrieving the rest of the nets, they only got 2 small fish, but the worst part was the big fish had damaged the net, a devastating blow for them. They estimated it would take 2.5 days just to repair the net. Over at the couple, A&N's side, they had been building a shelter for the past few days, a time-consuming and strenuous task. By the 10th day, they had already built the fireplace, and now they hurried to erect the walls. Without sufficient food reserves, they often had to sit down and rest for half the day. With each log placed, the rough outline of the wilderness cabin was nearly complete. Finally, they laid the waterproof fabric on top and went straight to sleep at the camp. At the friends group, Kaspar's side, after 2 days of hard work, the entire fireplace was finally completed, seemingly effective. Unfortunately, there were too many gaps around the fireplace, risking freezing if the wind blew at night. So, they had to wrap the fireplace with a waterproof fabric, wondering if it might catch fire. To test the smoke exhaust, Kaspar immediately started a fire. However, before his friend could close the door, thick smoke almost suffocated him. It was unexpected that the painstakingly built fireplace did not ventilate properly, which was a hard blow for both to accept, instantly ruining their mood. Over at the sisters' duo, they decided to tidy up the camp furniture today. They had found a plank days ago, which Martha quickly turned into a shelf, making items easily accessible and significantly tidying up the camp. Their dinner was equally impressive, cooking 2 delicious trout until golden brown on both sides, offering a crispy outside and tender inside taste. On day 14, Patrick found a suitable fishing spot, but had to cross a swamp to set the nets without wetting his clothes. He decided to chop a few trees to use as a makeshift bridge. Just 2 or 3 logs were enough. After setting it up, he quickly brought his girlfriend to test the bridge, and fortunately, they safely reached the other side. By the time they set up the nets, it was nearly afternoon, and they had 3 small fish for dinner. At the Nicholas brothers' side, considering the increasingly cold weather, they decided to reinforce the shelter walls. They first stuffed a bunch of branches inside for support, then went outside to collect moss to lay on the tent, which greatly enhanced the camp's insulation. After all this, the brothers were so exhausted that they fell asleep within minutes of lying down. At the couple's side, according to Anne, today was their first wedding anniversary. To celebrate, they decided to climb the mountain behind them to enjoy the view, packing a large bag of blueberries to pick berries while hiking. Not long after setting off, they spotted a moose on a distant slope, a visible but uncatchable source of protein. They had to keep moving forward with a calm mindset. The mountain path was rugged, forcing them to rest frequently. After drinking some clean, sanitary spring water, they continued on their journey. After 2.5 hours of tough trekking, the couple finally reached the summit. The suddenly clear view gave them the confidence to keep going. At the couple's camp, since the previously built fire pit wasn't generating enough heat, they planned to dismantle it and rebuild. However, before starting, Danielle expressed that the method wouldn't work. Wanting to avoid an argument, Patrick went outside to find new stones. As he brought back large stones one by one, Danielle started to rebuild the fire pit. When Patrick returned, he was pleased to see her successful work, which brightened his previously disappointed mood. Afterwards, they divided tasks. Danielle went to gather berries, while Patrick looked for soft moss to lay on their bed. Over at Camilla and Martha's camp, to ensure comfort in their daily rest, Camilla decided to build a proper double bed. However, she soon felt dizzy and saw stars, likely due to low blood sugar. Realizing that working alone was too slow, Martha came over and helped finalize the bed's frame, then covered it with a layer of branches, quickly making a warm and comfortable double bed. As darkness fell, they hurriedly lay down and fell asleep. On day 15, the situation at Kaspar and Victor's camp was bleak, as they had not caught fish for 2 days, surviving mostly on berries. When they checked the fishing nets at the lake again and found no catch, they both found a secluded spot to vent their frustrations on camera. Their long-standing friendship made it awkward to suggest quitting the competition. However, by day 16, as a speedboat zoomed across the lake, they finally made the call to withdraw from the competition. They claimed it wasn't due to the lack of food, but rather their longing for family. Despite not winning, their friendship deepened significantly. Regretfully, they packed up and left the competition. On day 17, 4 teams remained. After a night of rain, Danielle's dwelling was almost completely soaked, spoiling their good spirits. Seeing the big hole they had left in the roof, Danielle and Patrick decided to cover it with a waterproof tarp. However, the continuous cold wind made them shiver. Danielle was so cold she was reluctant to help. Eventually, they managed to cover the roof using sticks. At noon, their check on the fishing nets again came up empty, forcing them to huddle in the camp, hungry. At the Nicholas brothers' camp, seeing the worsening weather, they took out waterproof bags to cover the roof. This ensured that, whether it was windy or rainy, the inside of the camp remained dry. After tidying up, the two went to check the fishing nets by the lake. Surprisingly, today's wind and waves were really strong. Fearing the surging lake water would sweep away the nets, they quickly separated and went to opposite shores to retrieve the nets quickly. Despite pulling together for a long time, the brothers made no progress. As expected in such circumstances, even the best of brothers can end up arguing. Once they retrieved the nets ashore, the brothers quickly returned to normal. Dinner was 4 wild trout. Due to the extremely cold weather, they had to return to camp to warm up. Fortunately, they had previously covered the walls with moss, helping keep the warmth inside. Over at the couple's camp, several days of storms almost wrecked their boat. They reinforced it with branches and covered it with a waterproof cloth, then flipped it over to cover the ground. For lunch, they caught a 2.5-pound fish. Although small, it was just enough to fill a gap. They planned to process the fish by the lake, but the cold weather almost froze their fingers within minutes. Helplessly, Anne had to warm her hands inside her pants, leaving Bjorn to handle the fish. Meanwhile, the sister duo also came to the lake. To avoid getting their dry clothes wet, Camilla ran into the water bare-legged. Martha coordinated with her from the shore. After more than half an hour of effort, they finally set up the fishing net. Disregarding everything else, they quickly put on pants once ashore and waited for the fish to bite. By day 18, Anne had filled the gaps in the shelter. She and her husband built a roaring fire outside. Breakfast was simply 2 delicious grilled trout. Bjorn's cooking skills were indeed excellent, with the fish being crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. However, the weather around them changed suddenly, and within 3 minutes, a strong wind started blowing over the lake. Back at the sister duo's camp, they easily harvested 4 fish from the net, giving them a boost of protein. With energy replenished, Camilla decided to make a toy wooden board because she noticed Martha's mood was off. She wanted to do something to cheer them both up. After 2.5 hours of hard work, she used charcoal to draw circles on it, completing a basic game board. They used stones as pieces. Over at the Nicholas brothers' camp, they currently had no worries about food. Instead, they began collecting dry wood by the lake. With the weather getting colder, they needed to prepare. After finishing up, younger brother Emil was the first to head back to the camp to rest. However, Nicholas couldn't stop for a moment. After arranging the firewood, he decided to reinforce the camp's gate. He collected 2 logs from nearby and placed them directly on the tarp at the entrance, still following the old rule of filling the bottom with moss. After these efforts, the temperature inside the camp significantly increased. It was even warm enough inside to take off all clothes without feeling cold. Over at the couple's camp, they were lucky today. Checking the fishing net, they immediately caught 4 fish. Danlel was so excited by the shore that she couldn't stop smiling until nightfall. After a hearty meal, the couple cuddled together as the 20th day dawned. A week of gloomy, rainy weather finally cleared up. With nothing pressing to do, Anne decided to take a boat out on the lake to enjoy the view. However, this joy was fleeting, as the need for constant protein intake soon brought them back to reality. Sitting by the shore for a long time, both started thinking about quitting the competition. Over at the Nicholas brothers' camp, taking advantage of the good weather, the brothers decided it was time for a bath since they already smelled from the environment. Back at the couple's camp, while standing at the door in the morning, 2 moose suddenly ran across the hill opposite them. Despite their large size, the lack of proper hunting tools, and their extreme hunger, which made even walking difficult, meant Patrick could only watch helplessly as they left. Just then, a yacht suddenly appeared on the lake. It turned out to be the show crew coming for their regular medical checkup to ensure everyone was healthy. Upon reviewing each group, they found that Danlel had been freezing recently. If no measures were taken, she would likely be forced to quit by the crew. Aware of the seriousness, Patrick, once back at camp, decided to modify the fireplace by elevating it with stones, hoping to bring the heat source closer to Danlel to increase her chances of enduring. Over at the sister duo's camp, tired of eating fish every day, they planned to hike to a distant area to eat some wild berries they found along the way. They also came across a tree trunk scratched by a black bear, which scared them quite a bit. To ease their mood, they started imitating the bear by lying down and eating berries directly from the ground. By the 22nd day, each group began checking their fishing nets. Both the brother duo and the sister duo were doing quite well, catching around 4 to 5 wild fish each. However, Patrick wasn't as lucky. After searching around, he couldn't catch even a single one and barely made it through the night. On day 23, a yacht sped across the lake carrying Patrick and his girlfriend Danlel. According to them, Danlel's body couldn't withstand the freezing temperatures anymore. Additionally, their fishing net had been empty for several days. These setbacks led them to decide to withdraw from the competition. Although they did not win, their relationship grew stronger. They packed their bags and regretfully left the competition. By day 23, 3 groups remained. As Nicholas was about to leave his camp, he suddenly spotted a reindeer and quickly followed it up a hill. To his surprise, it was a reindeer nesting area with over a dozen animals feeding. Nicholas was less than 10 meters away from them, but without proper hunting tools, he could only watch from a distance. The brothers then went to check their fishing net by the lake, but due to the colder weather, the fish had moved to deeper waters. After checking, they only caught 3 small fish, which was hardly enough for them. Amael, planning to return to camp to eat berries, slipped and fell with the camera, evidently injuring his knee. He rested for half an hour on the spot. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. Not wanting to be laughed at by his brother, he quickly returned to camp. On the other side, after Nicholas had just finished processing the fish, he too slipped and fell. To add a special flavor to the fish, they had collected some juniper berries. They also gathered a large bag of dry wood. At the couple's camp, the problem with smoke inside the cabin remained unresolved. Every time they warmed up inside, the smoke was unbearable. Unwilling to stay cold in the camp for this reason, they decided on a third modification. They cut 3 sturdy tree trunks from nearby and decided to build a higher chimney on the roof. Although the project was not very large, both were very weak at this point. Even sawing wood was extremely difficult, and they had to rest on the spot every half day. Afterward, they tied the tree trunks into a tripod, placed it on the roof, and wrapped it with waterproof cloth. However, after much effort, it still didn't achieve the desired effect. Out of necessity, Bjorn cut a longer tree trunk, intending to use it to support the smoked meat higher. During the process, he nearly got hit by a stick, which frustrated him greatly and led to an argument with his wife. After a brief adjustment of their attitudes, they finally completed the challenging task through their joint efforts. After completing the task, they hurried back to the camp to check the results. Surprisingly, the method worked somewhat effectively, and the smoke inside the cabin significantly decreased. For dinner, they had leftover dried fish from a few days ago. Considering it was his wife's birthday, even the meal became more elaborate. The golden brown fish was a luxurious treat with every bite. Over at the sisters' camp, they made do with 2 wild fish for breakfast. Camilla decided it was time to change her underwear, but the smell almost made her vomit yesterday's fish. After packing their bags, the 2 decided to collect mushrooms on the nearby mountains. Thanks to the rich plant resources, they quickly found a mushroom, a fine wilderness delicacy. Without hesitation, they packed it to take with them. 1 mushroom wasn't enough for both, so they checked the fishing net by the lake. They expected it to be tangled, but surprisingly, there was still a fish caught in it. Although it was small, it was enough for the sisters. After eating, they went straight back to the camp to lie down. At the Nicholas brothers' side, besides the pile of dry wood at the camp, they also had a good catch of fish. A casual check at the lake usually yielded 7 to 8 fish, and even today, they had fresh roe as an extra treat. After rinsing it in water, the brothers enjoyed some sashimi, which tasted better than the fish meat. They packed the rest to cook back at the camp. Returning to the camp, they cooked the roe over a big fire. In just a few minutes, the delicious roe was ready, proving tastier when cooked. A small bite provided a lot of energy. As for the caught fish, they decided to make smoked dried fish. They hung the processed trout on branches, using more branches to spread them for better flavoring. EML collected some juniper branches nearby to create enough smoke, which added a leafy aroma to the taste. After smoking intensively for over 3 hours, as the fish turned golden brown, the fragrant aroma spread. The smoked fish slices looked vibrant, and the brothers couldn't wait to enjoy the delicious taste and texture. After lunch, Nicholas even made a sign for their camp, hanging it at the entrance to boost their morale. Over at the couple's camp, as the only contestants with a boat, they could always lower their nets into deeper waters. With ease, they reeled in over 20 protein-rich fish. On day 26, Anne and Bjorn began setting up their fishing net again. However, the weather seemed poor today. Despite working hard for half the day, they were unable to deploy the net. Ultimately, with Bjorn's persistent effort, they completed the task. Back at camp, they didn't rest but started gathering firewood to prepare for the winter. Despite the tough days, the couple remained confident about winning the competition. Over at Camilla's place, she had been drinking her urine for about 10 days. According to her, certain components in the urine could replenish nutrients in the body. Watching her sister's bizarre practices, Martha didn't know what to say. After packing their gear, they prepared to hike up the mountain to enjoy the scenery. Already low on energy, the continuous trek exhausted them further, but the beautiful views always rejuvenated them. They hoped this spirit would help them last longer. At the Nicholas brothers' camp today, while checking the fishing net, the fish they caught accidentally escaped. Originally, they had 4 small fish, but now only 3 remained. It was really unlucky. Emil found out and was dumbfounded by his brother's mistake. On day 27, 3 teams were still in the competition. Early in the morning, the Nicholas brothers went to check the nets as usual. Before even pulling the net ashore, they could see fish underneath. As expected, they ended up with 12 fish at the base, plus 7 smoked fish slices hanging at the camp. Having tasted the sweetness of smoked fish before, Nicholas immediately started a campfire upon returning. Whenever possible, he would smoke the caught fish. Before they could enjoy lunch, they went outside to collect more firewood. Over at the couple's camp, they had recently encountered hunters in the area. Occasionally, while checking the fishing nets, they could see boats drifting in the distance. Today's lunch was the usual grilled fish slices, which they had grown tired of. The long-term intake of the same nutrients had caused both of them to lose weight. Besides checking the fishing nets daily, there was nothing else for the couple to do. However, at that moment, a helicopter suddenly flew overhead. It turned out that a few days ago, hunters had killed 2 moose here, and today they probably came to haul the moose carcasses. This was undoubtedly good news for the couple, as they might find leftovers from the hunters. They carefully moved forward and soon found their target. After the helicopter left, they immediately went to the carcass. Unfortunately, the moose meat had already been taken, leaving only the skin and a pile of organs. They quickly collected the moose's heart and even found a whole liver. They had wanted to take the moose's head as well, but before they could act, the hunter's helicopter quickly returned. The guilty duo had no choice but to flee the area. Finally, they could enjoy a different taste. Back at camp, the couple's smiles were almost splitting their faces. "Look at this fatty liver meat," they remarked. They sliced it thickly, threw it into a pot, and cooked it on high heat. After just a few minutes, a delicious venison meal was ready. They eagerly tasted it. The meat was neither dry nor tough. Its freshness hit the back of their heads with a burst of flavor. Meanwhile, at the sisters' camp, after days of hunger, they finally had a catch. The 2 sisters caught 4 wild trout. Their excitement was beyond words. Back at camp, they didn't rush to cook, but started carving their little toys. In just 2.5 hours, Camilla had already made 3 or 4. After a short break, they began gathering dry wood for cooking. When night fell, they enjoyed their dinner. Day 29 found the Nicholas brothers collecting berries by the lake. Besides protein, getting vitamins was crucial. Suddenly, a yacht arrived. It was a doctor coming to check their health. Right after being weighed, the doctor expressed concern about Nicholas's condition. He had lost 12 kilograms since the start of the show. If he continued to lose weight at this rate, he might be forced to leave the competition. Considering the severity, Nicholas couldn't afford to slack off. He, who usually skipped breakfast, began eating voraciously. Being disqualified for not meeting the weight requirement would be a huge loss. However, when he returned to camp, he found his brother Emil bedridden with a fever and cold. This was not good news. Without medicine, recovery would be difficult. It looked like he would have to take care of his brother himself. Back with the sisters, they burned their shelter and started singing next to it. As a yacht slowly approached, the sisters admitted they were tired of this life. It wasn't because they couldn't find food, but because staying here was just too boring. They had thought about leaving it to a draw, but fate wasn't on their side. Without further ado, they called it quits, packed up, and left the competition. Now, only 2 teams remained. With ML weak, he and Nicholas checked the fishing nets. Perhaps they had caught all the fish in the area, as today they caught nothing. Seeing his brother weak in bed, Nicholas decided to go out and find something to fill their stomachs. At this time, berries naturally became the easiest food to get. After picking for 4 to 5 hours straight, they successfully gathered a full bag. Back at camp, they quickly brewed a pot of berry tea for Emil, hoping it would speed up his recovery from the cold. Meanwhile, Anne also took the boat out on the water. Unfortunately, just as they expected, there was nothing in the nets. So, they sat on the shore, roasting the leftover venison from the day before. Of course, once people idle, their mindset changes as well. By day 30, a strong wind swept over the island again. Just then, a yacht appeared on the lake. As the scene shifted, Anne and Bjorn were already standing on the shore. They said it was simply too boring, doing the same things every day with nothing to do and time passing slowly. After much thought, they decided to go home. They packed up and regretfully left the competition. Now only the brother duo remained. After Nicholas's care for 2 days and nights, Emil's health improved significantly. By day 32, he had mostly regained his vigor. The brothers had planned to sit by the shore drinking tea and enjoying the scenery when suddenly a yacht sped towards them. Nicholas, worried about being disqualified for not meeting the weight requirement, felt uneasy. This lasted until the crew brought out a computer, telling them that every 30 days they could receive blessings from their family. The video from their parents and relatives then revealed they were the last champions. Hearing this, the brothers were overjoyed. They hurried into camp, picked up the trophy they had carved, which bore the marks of their experiences here. It was not until they lifted the trophy together that they truly felt relieved. Congratulations to Nicholas and Emil for winning this season's championship. The Wilderness Solo season kicks off, setting a new standard for organization. First, 8 contestants underwent skill training. Each was equipped with 10 survival tools, including sleeping bags, waterproof tarps, knives, and saws. The survival location was scientifically assessed for resources to ensure fairness and justice in the competition. With enough creativity, contestants can carve out their own dominion. Jasper was the first to enter. Pointing at a leaning birch tree, he declared it his home for the night. In the wild, they face harsh weather, fierce animals, accidental injuries, and potential emotional breakdowns. For Jasper, a self-proclaimed homebody, the lack of his favorite soda presents the biggest challenge. It is both his strength and source of happiness. As a shaman skilled in botany, he usually uses his mental power to heal others. Now, he must rely on his plant knowledge to feed himself. He found a broken oil drum, which was unsuitable for raft building but perfect for making a fireplace or smoking fish. Using dry bark, he lit a hopeful flame, though he needed to gather more firewood to keep it burning. Along the way, he spotted fresh bear dung. Despite knowing the risks of wolves and grizzly bears, and being equipped with a safety pack for immediate rescue, the actual threat was still nerve-wracking. The attractive female contestant, Emma, is just 21 and aims to be the youngest champion of Wilderness Solo. It's great for young people to have dreams, though her strength remains to be seen. She quickly predicted rain and chopped down a spruce tree, removing excess branches to create a slanted roof. She then covered it with a waterproof tarp, securing it with stones at the corners. Just as she finished, the rain began to fall. To prepare for this survival challenge, Emma sought advice from her father. For her, a vegetarian of 5 years, fishing and even killing fish were significant challenges. She managed to overcome this hurdle and moved on to processing the fish, starting from scaling to cooking. The camera shifted to show her having set up a fishing net. The new handsome guy, Alfred, with his keen hearing, he found a small stream, suggesting a richer fish resource. Having secured food and drink, his next step was to build a shelter, open grassland, and climbed a tree, using his weight to bend a trunk to form a horizontal beam for his shelter. He covered it with a waterproof tarp, secured it with ropes, and stabilized the lower edges with wooden sticks. His resting place for the night was all set. The next morning, Emma eagerly checked her catch. Not only did she not catch any fish, but her net also got stuck. With no other choice, she had to go into the water to salvage it. She didn't get far before her boots filled with water. It seemed she had to strip and get wet again. Just one day in, the young girl's spirit was already frazzled. On the other side, Alfred stripped to set his net and nearly froze himself to death. He decided to build a raft to fish. He chopped some spruce branches, tied them with nylon rope into a donut shape, fitting smaller circles inside larger ones, and used branches at the bottom for support. He trimmed the excess from the waterproof tarp, wrapped it around the raft's main body, and made a paddle with it. Ready to test the waters, his first successful voyage elicited an inhuman howl. Starving after 2 days, he couldn't wait to eat. However, by his expression, the food tasted awful. After a few bites, he couldn't take it anymore and swallowed the rest with water. He tried eel soup, which was also hard to swallow. But for the sake of surviving and winning $500,000, he just closed his eyes and gulped it down. The camera switched to Miguel. He bound 3 sticks together, set them up to form a triangle, and wrapped it with a waterproof tarp to make a conical tent. There was plenty of room inside, even after placing all his gear. He had a 3-year drug history, but thankfully turned around in nature's embrace, supported by his family, especially his loving daughter who greatly healed him. The contestant named Kim was happy to catch a big fish, but sadly watched it escape while pulling in the net. To prevent another tragedy, he decided to build a dock. He cut down a large tree, removed the excess branches, made 2 tripods, and drove them into the water. Then he laid some logs on top to form a footbridge. Carefully, he stood on it to arrange his fishing net, but fell before he could start. After getting ashore, he discovered a deep cut on his shin. In the wild, an untreated wound could lead to an infection and an early exit. Yet, driven by the lure of money, he persisted. After treating his wound, he began reinforcing the dock, adding another log for stability, and cautiously walked on it again. Once sure of its stability, he started showing off again. Miguel unknowingly caught an eel, fried it in a pan, and started eating. Just earlier, he thought of quitting because he missed his daughter, but now he feels he could live another 6 months without problems. Emma, having caught no fish, had to pick chicken fat mushrooms to stave off hunger. She enjoyed her meal and decided to upgrade her shelter after replenishing her energy. At dawn the next day, Ida rushed to the lakeside, confident she would find fish, though unsure how many. Jasper's cabin and bed frame were nearly complete, built with whole pine logs and gaps to be filled with moss later. His survival strategy was to finish the cabin before he ran out of stored fat. However, his age impacted his stamina, and soon he was lying on the grass, exhausted, lamenting the difficulty. His physical weakness and poor eyesight led to an accident while moving logs, as he didn't notice a stone piercing his foot. In the wild, even a small wound could cause infection. He quickly removed the stone, cleaned the wound, applied a bandage to keep it dry and clean. Ida had a rough night, her face swollen with bites. To get better sleep, she moved her sleeping bag to the riverbank, escaping the ants but despairing at the mosquitoes' return. The camera then turned to Torben, who had been busy building his shelter on the island. The materials used were of good quality, and the space inside was spacious. Even the floor was decorated with marble. Now that the shelter was complete, he could finally cook in peace. But despite his efforts, he had no catch by nightfall. Stina had not caught anything for 3 days, and would quit if she didn't catch any fish soon. To increase her chances, she made several new fishing lines. After much effort, she managed to cast 2 meters out, then lay on the rocks, gazing at the sky, praying for a meal. Kim is the only one without a shelter. He focused on gathering food, and today, crafted a raft. He successfully deployed his net in deep water 25 meters away. If he still doesn't catch fish, it must be bad luck. He has a happy family of 4, living in Calling City, but he enjoys wandering in the wilderness. Years of outdoor life have given him many survival skills. Fishing, hunting, and building shelters are easy for him. However, he was embarrassed when pulling in the net without any fish. After thinking, he concluded there were no fish here and decided to scout for a new campsite. While others struggle for food, Alfred considers nutrition. Eating grilled fish has caused constipation, so he turned to berries in the bushes. He enjoys the sun while eating the berries. After observing the surroundings for days, he found a perfect spot and plans to build a long-term shelter. First, he cuts a large tree to use as a beam, ties it with rope to a short stump, saws a notch at the bottom of the tree, and uses the rope to pull down the beam. He then collects materials to build a sturdy, warm shelter. Since Ida's successful catch of 5 fish, it seems the fish have disappeared. With no catch for days, she gathers berries to survive. Eating them reminds her of her family and her father, who she lost last summer. The sadness was eased by her pet horse, Eve, who became a new family member. She joined the competition hoping to find happiness and strength again. Stina is wiping away tears. She cries when hungry and has eaten only grass for 5 days, leaving her weak. Watching her shaky walk by the shore, I worry she might fall into the lake. Persistence pays off as she finally catches a fish, bringing a smile to her face. Now, it's time to enjoy her meal, and no adjective can describe her satisfaction. She is a controlling woman with mild OCD, which causes trouble in her life. She joined the competition to learn to control her emotions and treat her family better. Jasper's shelter is almost complete. He is inside, planning the installation of the fireplace and door. Suddenly, he rushes out as the moose he missed the previous night returns. Jasper caught a fish weighing at least 10 kilograms, laughing with a week's worth of food in hand. Kim's doc didn't disappoint either. Holding the season's biggest fish, he hugged and kissed it joyfully. Ida has been unable to catch any more. Now she relies on finding plant roots to stave off hunger. These roots are rich in starch and taste somewhat like potatoes. To make the roots more palatable, she cooks them with chanterelle mushrooms, but they still didn't soften after cooking for a long time. She ended up just drinking some of the soup. By the 6th day, a storm hit the island, and Alfred found his tent leaking, almost soaking everything. To protect his gear, he rushed to finish building his new shelter in the rain. The camera then cuts to Kim, whose dwelling was flooded by rising lake waters, turning the stream by his door into a waterfall. He had to pack up, take down the tarp, and move to a pre-scouted location on the other side of the mountain. Sunny, wind-sheltered, and rich in berries like blueberries, blackberries, and cranberries. He also found a fallen tree to build a hidden shelter and discovered a natural fishing spot in a nearby bay. Suddenly, the crew's boat appeared, and although I thought Amy was giving up, it was Stina who left due to missing her family. Alfred has consistently caught fish and struggles with how to store them, while Ida, frustrated by her lack of catches, cried upon returning to camp and decided to try her luck by setting up several fishing rigs. On the 7th day, the long-missed sunshine returned, and Torben quickly dried some moss for insulation work on his house. Previously done by apprentices, now he had to do it himself. At 42, Torben is a self-employed carpenter known locally for his excellent craftsmanship. His house, while meticulous, still falls short compared to Alfred's, which is built around 4 large trees and uses logs for the walls. Alfred's attention to detail extends even to the pine branches he uses for his bed. The next morning, Ida cried again, saying she had lost something important. It turned out to be her saw. The crew's boat appeared shortly afterwards. After 8 days of competition, 2 have been eliminated, leaving 6 contestants facing new challenges. Emma's house, unseen for a few days, is now complete. She is now building herself a solid wood bed, and soon finish the bed, topping it with pine branches for a good night's sleep tonight. The next morning, she started the final step, making a frame out of branches, then tying on pine branches to create a door. Kim is far behind because he had to start from scratch due to moving. Fortunately, the location he chose is good and doesn't require many materials, so the frame was quickly set up. Alfred's fishing net only caught 3 small fish, and Miguel was even more unfortunate. He is a fitness coach who enjoys training in nature because it helps relax the body and rejuvenate the spirit. He dislikes sitting alone, so he had planned activities before arriving. However, it has been raining almost continuously since he arrived 9 days ago, which has made him consider quitting. The heavy rain also troubled Emma. Yesterday, she stored the fish she caught in a bag and pressed it under rocks in a creek for preservation. Now, the creek had turned into a flood. She tried to retrieve the fish, but was deterred by the strong current. All she can do now is pray for the rain to stop and check if the food is still there when the water recedes. You would never guess that this fish could be worth $1 million because, in this brutal survival challenge, it could help Jess survive another week. While thanking, Jess struck forcefully with a stick, followed by a knife, and then swiftly cleaned up. Suddenly, Jasper grabbed a stick and ran out when a donkey appeared in his vision. Although cautious, he startled the animal. The donkey, curious as if discovering a new species, slowly approached him. Perhaps sensing the danger, the donkey suddenly sprinted into the forest. Braving the rain, Miguel caught his first net of fish since arriving, which made him so excited that he sang and danced. Upon reaching the camp, he immediately started cooking. The smell of the fish suddenly made him miss his wife. He couldn't stay here a moment longer. Although reluctant to leave all his food, he decided to leave his stay to fate. If the leaf count was even, he would go home. He resolutely pressed the satellite phone. Miguel had been living well here, with a house and meat to eat. But ultimately, loneliness defeated him. The survival challenge has been going on for 13 days, with 5 out of 8 players remaining. Jasper, he can only sigh while looking at the lake, worried that his newly built house might be flooded if the rain continues. Torben, troubled by the bad weather, had to reel in his fishing net, but surprisingly caught a small fish before the rain resumed. Speaking of fishing, Alfred is the one to watch. You might think he only caught a stick, but he quickly followed that with 2 small fish, and almost lost his catch in excitement, but managed to retrieve it just in time. Now, he won't have to worry about food for a week. To prevent the fish from escaping again, he hit it with a large stone several times. Looking at his catch, he wonders whether to steam or braise the fish. Either way, with this quantity, he definitely won't finish eating them all. So, he skewers the fish on wooden sticks, finds a damp, mossy spot, and buries them in a pit, unsure how long this method of cold storage will last. Kim, since moving, spends a lot of time each day fetching water, consuming a lot of energy with only berries to stave off hunger. The big fish he caught before is long gone. Reminiscing about his glorious past days of coral harvesting, big fish angling, building igloos in the Arctic and trapping foxes, he refuses to accept his current plight of starvation. So, he packs up and heads to the bay where he had built a dock, hoping to catch some fish to satisfy his hunger. However, the recent heavy rain had destroyed the dock, leaving only a few logs washed ashore. Fortunately, there's a raft that allows him to set nets, but today's strong winds lead to failure. Cold and wet, he returns home to wait for better weather. Every time he sees Alfred, he is either cooking or eating fish. The challenge is going so well that Alfred even starts to dislike the taste of the fish, suspecting it might be going bad. For safety, he decides not to eat the fish. Emma is cooking, adjusting her diet after being constipated for 13 days, which she believes will successfully relieve her constipation, an issue that seems unusually prevalent this season. Watching Torben eat grass desperately, it's clear he's struggling too. Alfred, perhaps from eating too much grilled fish, faces the same problem. To address this, Emma increases her daily workload to get more exercise, sings to relieve inner anxiety, and even tries to express herself in front of the camera. But unfortunately, none of these methods have worked. On day 14, Jasper was finishing his new house. However, seeing the water level rising, even submerging the anthill he discovered earlier, he felt a bit panicked. As he placed the last stick on the wall, his cabin was perfectly completed. He hung a skeleton he found a few days ago on the wall. Looking at his hand-built cabin and its unique decor, he was quite pleased with himself. Today was also a routine medical checkup. Emma truthfully reported her physical condition, but chose not to give up. However, the next morning, the crew's boat appeared again in front of her. Due to Emma's physical condition not supporting her continuation in the contest, she had to exit the competition, albeit, sadly. Recently, the weather was either raining or windy. Even the fish king Alfred caught nothing but seaweed in his nets. However, on a day when everyone else came up empty, Torben surprisingly caught a fish. Although small, it was a lifesaver, especially in such harsh conditions. Every little turnaround brought immense hope. To survive, Kim had to take risks and set his nets again. With past failures and a strong desire to win, he finally managed to overcome the storm and set up his nets. But it was a long way home. 3 trips in one day exhausted him. On day 16, the water that was 40 feet deep yesterday had risen to 2 meters. Jasper's house had already become an island. Considering personal safety, he had to relocate reluctantly. Alfred's cabin was also leaking in multiple places. After several rounds, he found where the water was entering. Watching the water flow toward the sea through the drainage channel, Torben's cabin was not spared from the flooding disaster. He decided to move his home to the other side of the mountain. First, he moved the old house's timber to the new campsite, then placed a log between 2 trees and tied it tight. He laid a few sticks on top to create a simple flat roof and covered it with a waterproof cloth. Now he had a place to stay for the night. Sitting in his new home, he thought about how his big villa had turned into a melon shed and how his dining net was in a mess, which made him feel sad. While Jasper was still looking for a campsite, all the sheltered areas were flooded, and the dry spots were exposed to the wind. After searching all day without success, he hastily set up a makeshift shelter and lit a campfire at the entrance to make do for the night. The next day, he woke up in his cramped shelter and hurried back to his original cabin, hoping the lake had receded. Unfortunately, he found the water level even higher than before, making it impossible to return to his original shelter. Kim's home remained safe from the flood. Now settled on a southeastern hillside, at a high and sheltered location, the wind and rain barely troubled him. After lighting a campfire, he took out some smoked fish and brewed a pot of hot tea, enjoying his days comfortably. After half a month of rain, it finally cleared up today, and the sunshine healed everyone's bodies and spirits. But soon, a new round of challenges began, as their food supplies dwindled due to several days of storms. To retrieve the fishing nets he had previously set, Jasper bravely stripped and plunged into the cold water, unexpectedly catching 2 fish, 1 salmon and 1 slightly larger sea trout. This unexpected bounty was immediately prepared and eaten at the shelter's entrance. Satisfied, Jasper began whittling a piece of wood into a fish shape. He soon thought of his son, who loved fishing, and looking at a photo of them fishing and crabbing together, he kissed the photo and carved a wooden fish as a gift for his son. Alfred went to check his fishing nets at the river. As the nets were slowly pulled up, fish continuously surfaced. Today, he caught 6 fish. Having been hungry for several days, he immediately set up a grill on the shore. Unable to wait for the fish to cook thoroughly, he started eating right away, even cleaning out the fish brains. Jasper also had a good day with the 2 large fish he had eaten. He picked some horseradish leaves to make tea, which surprisingly tasted a bit like cola. This spirit of making the best of a bad situation increasingly resembled that of a champion. Kim's fishing nets were swept away by the rising tide. He had to remove his pants and go into the water to look for them. There was a slight sign of inflammation on his previous wounds. The upper part was healing well, but the lower part was slightly red, indicating a risk of infection. He decided to see the day's catch before deciding whether to quit the contest for treatment. After searching for a while, he found the fishing net, but it was stuck at the bottom of the lake. He pulled hard and fortunately had another net in the deep water, which he quickly retrieved by kayak. This net was filled with fish, 11 in total. This miraculous turnaround brought him 1 step closer to the championship. He hung the fish inside to dry and then began looking for materials to make smoked fish, putting his leg injury out of his mind. Both of his fishing nets were damaged beyond repair. Losing the nets in this place meant losing his source of food. He didn't believe he could survive on grass alone, so he decisively called the show's crew. When asked why he chose to exit the competition now, he explained, "I can now see that my chances of success here are 0. When I can't catch fish, I can't stay here." Unfortunately, Torben exited the competition. With Torben's departure, only 3 of the original 8 challengers remain. Ever since his encounter with a moose, Jasper has been obsessed with it. Catching it would mean winning $500,000 easily. For this, he specifically made a large vow to start his hunting journey. He had experience hunting wild boars, and although it had been many years, he still believed in his skills. On the 19th day, with the weather clear and the tide low, Jasper moved back to his original cabin. Hanging family photos on the wall instantly gave the cabin a homey feel. After setting up his bed, he began practicing archery. His posture looked promising, but it was uncertain how accurate he was. Over the days, he truly became a wild man. When tired, he stood in the sun to absorb some vitamin D. When hungry, he sat by the lake and used the power of meditation to beg for a fish. Perhaps the heavens took pity on him as he actually caught 2 fish, though his eating manners were quite beast-like. How long must one be hungry to ignore appearances like that? After refueling, he started his hunting journey, climbing to the mountaintop with his bow and arrows. On the other side of the mountain, Alfred was enjoying the sunset while eating grilled fish. He had lost count of how many fish he had eaten during this time, given the current situation. As long as he didn't waste his resources, outlasting his opponents and winning the championship seemed feasible. Kim shivered through the night. As soon as day broke, he started repairing the shelter. First, he cut down several large trees to secure the waterproofing on the roof. Then, He stuffed the walls with reindeer lichen he had dried a few days earlier to fill the gaps. The lichen not only insulated well, but could also be used to make soup for sustenance in winter, serving two purposes. After tidying up the exterior, he patched up the interior, making the house noticeably warmer. Jasper recently started catching fish non-stop. His cabin's grill smoked with 5 fish and 2 more simmered in a pot. After his unsuccessful deer hunt, fishing became his top priority, aiming to stock up before winter. Kim's cabin was filled with fish slices. Recently, he couldn't bear to eat the fish he caught, opting instead to eat only the fish hearts and heads for sustenance. Besides, he continuously gathered berries, boasting a bag weighing over 10 kilograms, enough to last him half a month. Meanwhile, Alfred seemed to have caught another fish, definitely the biggest this season. He showed it off in front of the camera before even removing it from the net. Eating fish daily worsened his constipation, prompting him to search for berries to balance his diet. After much effort, he found some cranberries and eagerly stuffed them into his mouth, only to discover a patch of blueberries soon after. Excited by the vitamin C, he began frantically collecting them. Jasper made a bow drill to pass time. Proudly watching the fire he started, he felt the tea tasted better. Alfred enjoyed another bountiful day of fishing, quickly pulling up his catch. The only downside was the freezing weather making it hard to fish with stiff fingers. He clumsily tried to light a fire to warm his hands, but the flint seemed to mock him, refusing to spark. Failing to start a fire, he decided to move around to warm up and began constructing a door for his house. He built a frame and crossed 2 beams before filling it with spruce branches to create a cold-resistant door. On day 27, Jasper appeared with a cup of orange liquid, claiming it cured ailments brought on by the weather change. For Kim, it was a special day as he couldn't celebrate his son's birthday. He sang a birthday song on the show, tearing up as homesickness started to set in. On day 28, the cold weather intensified further. Alfred's boat was covered in ice. He broke off a piece of ice and put it in his mouth. As he moved his iced-over boat to set up fishing nets, his fingers became numb with cold. He hoped to catch as many fish as possible before everything froze over. Kim also went to the bay to check his fishing nets. Unfortunately, his net got stuck, and it took a lot of effort to retrieve it. Despite the trouble, he managed to catch 5 fish. On the 28th day of the survival challenge, Jasper showed me a slice of raw fish. With food supplies running low in winter, Jasper rationed the fish over 3 days. Now, only a fish head remained. He noted a significant loss of body fat and felt he had to secure more meat soon, or he might not last much longer. Although Alfred consistently caught fish, the lack of fat in his diet was problematic. Kim, rationing his limited supply, divided the 5 fish over 3 days, which was clearly insufficient for an adult man. Thus, he gathered some worms as bait, hoping to catch more fish. Jasper seemed out of sorts, feeling ineffective at everything and losing the will to continue. His newly made bow and arrow went unused as he decided to go home. Now, the ultimate showdown was between Alfred and Kim, but only one could win. Kim was fortifying his shelter against the nightly frost, while Alfred harvested berries before the onset of winter. As the weather grew colder, berries became scarce. Kim built a natural icebox to store the berries, checking the bottom layer to ensure none were rotten. This storage method proved reliable. However, the fish Kim recently caught were getting smaller, although the quantity was still substantial. Due to the exhausting trek required to check the nets, he could only gather fish every 3 days. To outdo Kim, Alfred deployed 2 fishing nets, paddling his small boat to set up his battlefield. If he could double his catch, his chances of winning would also double. Alfred finally enjoyed a significant catch, with 5 fish reinvigorating him. Back at the shelter, he cooked the fish, which tasted excellent. By day 42 of the competition, food was becoming increasingly difficult to secure. Kim, who worked hard fishing at the bay, caught nothing, burning significant calories with nothing to show for it, leaving him extremely disheartened. Meanwhile, Alfred spent his time crafting, carving a piece of wood while thinking of his mother, intending to make a candlestick as a gift. 2 days later, it was time for Kim to check his nets again. He pulled hard on the ropes, risking tearing the net. And indeed, just as I feared, the net was lost. He quickly took his boat to check another net, but unfortunately, it too was firmly stuck. Not daring to pull too hard for fear of losing this net as well, He relied on berries to stave off hunger. After eating, he devised a plan to salvage the fishing net, making a hook from some wire and setting off on his raft with tools. Soon he successfully retrieved the sunken net, pulling it up to discover a large fish caught in it. The joy was overwhelming. Not only did he retrieve his net, but he also gained an extra 6 fish. Alfred predicted a storm was coming. He prepared for wind and cold, collecting spruce branches to seal the gaps in his door, then reinforcing the roof and walls. After securing his shelter, he turned his boat upside down to prevent it from being blown away. The next day, strong winds indeed struck, shaking Alfred's cabin to the core. He quickly added more branches to the roof before taking refuge inside. But the wind was so strong, it blew the waterproof sheet right onto his roast fish, leaving him somewhat despondent, unsure if his cabin would withstand the hurricane. Kim's cabin, located on the leeward slope, remained secure, and he spent a leisurely time inside, drinking tea by the fire. By day 53, it began to snow on the island, making food even harder to come by. Alfred's nets caught no fish, and the fish Kim caught were pitifully small. Faced with a food shortage, Kim dug up the fly larvae he had buried earlier, now grown into maggots. It took great courage to consider eating them, so he decided to use them as fish bait instead. On day 58, Alfred's nets finally caught a fish. Though only one, at such a critical moment, a single fish could decide who stays and who goes. Just when I thought he had the competition in hand, he unexpectedly announced his withdrawal. The official reason was homesickness, but had he known he was the only competitor left struggling, he surely would have regretted his decision. Yet, that's life. You never know if your choices are right, you just have to own them to the end. With Alfred gone, Kim won the championship. The production team pretended to give him a medical check, but actually brought his family to surprise him. When his wife and children suddenly appeared from behind, he burst into tears. "Kim, you've won! You've won!" He showed his family around his cabin and shared his stored berries with his children. It was no easy feat, so let's congratulate Kim on winning this season's championship. This season's Wilderness Survival Challenge allows contestants to compete either in teams or solo. The last standing team will win $500,000. The first to register were a married couple who run an architectural design firm. Their income barely covers daily expenses, and lacking funds, they eagerly signed up for the chance to win the prize money. Stan and Ross, although married for many years, are venturing into the wilderness for the first time. Having trouble finding the campsite coordinates, they randomly chose a direction and set off, enjoying the scenery along the way. Kaijia and Catherine, who met in the military, are physically fit and skilled in survival, giving them an edge over other teams. They believe they can win the prize and improve their future. The third contestant is Carl, a 63-year-old lone wolf with considerable survival experience. He almost won in a previous challenge but had to withdraw when his son and teammate was injured. Learning from this, he declined team offers and faced the challenge alone, collecting materials for fire as he explored. Age, however, may be his biggest obstacle, as he quickly became breathless. Simon, meanwhile, has started setting up a temporary camp on a bare patch of land, risking his tent being blown away by strong winds. His simple shelter needs are minimal. He prioritizes warmth over complexity. Carl, appearing frail, quickly erected a shelter and lay down, missing the days spent with his family. Encouraged by his wife, he decided to compete again. By the second day, Carl looked weaker and constantly coughed. The medical team, realizing his condition, declared him unfit to continue, citing a risk to his life. With Carl's early exit, the question remains, how long can the others last? The camera shifts to Simon, in his prime and strong. When thirsty, he drinks river water. When hungry, he eats berries. He chops trees quickly and soon finishes building a shelter. He might be imagining it, but he feels a stomach ache. At night, he wakes up in pain, realizing his stomach is churning. The next day, Simon quits the contest, feeling it unnecessary to torment himself for $50,000. Unlike the previous agile loners, Stan and Ross continue towards the marked point. Fortunately, the river is shallow, allowing them to cross successfully. By sunset, they haven't reached the marked spot. They have no choice but to set up a temporary camp to rest. As they prepare to leave the next day, a sudden fog descends on the mountaintop. Crew members arrive, advising them to take a detour for their safety. Originally a short climb away, they now face a long detour. The couple wanders another day and finally arrives successfully. Meanwhile, Kaijia and Catherine are gradually nearing the marked spot. When they step next to the flag, their cheers shake the mountains. As the only remaining solo contestant, Ulla shows remarkable composure. Upon landing, she starts gathering wood to make walking sticks. At 60, she avoids rough handling. She opts not to bring assistance to reduce food needs. Well prepared, she carries 30 kilograms of gear, starting her challenge officially. Ulla doesn't rush but searches for food as she knows stamina is her biggest issue. Tired, she stops to enjoy the scenery. Hungry, she cooks berries to boost energy. She doesn't get far in a day. On the other side of the mountain, Rick and his daughter land in the evening. They quickly find a spot and begin building a temporary shelter. Night temperatures in the Norwegian mountains can drop below zero, so the shelter must block wind and keep warm. To ensure safety, Rick collects stones and builds a campfire nearby. However, starting the fire proves difficult. No matter how hard Rick tries, he can't spark a fire. Lark steps in, strikes a few times, and easily lights the fire. By the 4th day of their arrival, Stan and his wife haven't eaten properly for days, their faces showing exhaustion. Looking at their leaky tent, they recall the comforts of home, free from hunger and cold and with their children. Now they face a more pressing problem: how to fill their stomachs. Holding a simple fishing rod, Stan remains hopeful. But as the waves keep washing the hook back to shore, his hope slowly fades. The couple exchange a look and decide it's not worth tormenting themselves for the prize money. They immediately call the crew, now only wishing to return home and spend more time with their children. With 3 teams quitting in 4 days, it's uncertain how the next team will fare. Anna and Ernst are best friends who have camped outdoors before. For them, it seems more like a picnic in the wild, so they move very slowly. Their dinner is just plain boiled water, enough to fill their stomachs and end their day. On Rick's side, he drags his injured body into the cold river. Just as he was moving quickly, Rick accidentally falls, startling Lark, who rushes to check on him. Fortunately, Rick is not seriously injured, just a few scrapes. Suddenly, they spot a herd of elk, a tantalizing sight for the hunting enthusiasts. But without bows and arrows, they can only watch the elk leave tearfully. They adjust their mood and set off again, finding a spot to camp. After setting up camp, they are both very hungry. Rick takes out a fishing net and tries his luck in the river. They weigh down the net with stones and secure one end to the shore with a stake, while Rick takes the other end to deeper water, hoping for a good catch. The next morning, Lark wakes Rick with excited shouts. The net has caught many fish. They clean the fish quickly and cook them on a grill. After 4 days, they finally enjoy a full meal. Meanwhile, Ulla sets up a simple tent and lights a solitary campfire. She hasn't found any food for days and feels increasingly weak, unsure how much longer she can last. Anna's group is also struggling. Without a campfire, they start doing calisthenics in the wilderness. While others worry about food, Rick's group is already figuring out how to preserve their supplies. Since catching several big fish a few days ago, they haven't checked the net, expecting a good haul today. As Rick slowly pulls the net out of the water, Lark's shouts fill the wilderness, indicating a bountiful catch. They count over 10 fish, delighting them. To preserve this valuable protein, they clean the fish and smoke them on the grill for longer storage and better taste. Lark tears off a piece and finds it delicious. On the 5th day, Ulla reaches the campsite, already very hungry and too weak to build a shelter. She uses stones as a cover and places a waterproof cloth over them to make a simple shelter. She then sets up a fishing net by the river, knowing she needs food to survive here. However, this type of net requires 2 people to operate, and Ulla, working alone, finishes it late into the night. Early the next morning, she eagerly pulls up the net. Though it only has 1 small fish, it greatly encourages her. She quickly makes more fishing lines, ties them to branches, and places them in the water, believing in her ability to find enough food to last and win the competition. Unlike Ulla's solo effort, the other contestants work in teams. Catherine's team worked seamlessly together, setting up a fishing net in just a few minutes. They then loaded several hooks onto a stick and placed it in an eddy, setting a net-like trap. Everything was ready as they sat waiting for the fish to bite. Rick and his daughter spent 3 days constructing a carefully crafted shelter. However, when they moved the fire inside, they discovered a problem with the smoke venting system. The shelter filled with smoke, so Lark cut a skylight that could be opened to vent smoke or closed during rain. Compared to Rick and his daughter's cooperation, Ulla struggled to manage alone. Even though she had designed the blueprints at home, implementing them was fraught with problems. She tried to saw off the top branches of a large tree, but almost got injured by falling limbs. After finally clearing the trunk, she struggled to place the crossbeam due to her height and had to cut down another large tree to use as a step. She slowly moved the beam into place, and by the time it was installed, she was exhausted. It took her several days to build the frame alone, which she finally covered with a waterproof cloth, settling in officially. Despite checking her fishing net over several days, she found nothing and survived on sheer perseverance. Without protein intake, her time here could be short. Meanwhile, at Catherine's camp, the fish caught in their net were enough to last them a long time. However, the net was stuck. Fearing damage to the net if pulled forcefully and risking hypothermia by entering the water, Catherine decided to take the plunge for a $500,000 survival prize. Fortunately, the issue was minor. She dislodged the net caught in the rocks and successfully retrieved it, though the activity left them very cold. They rushed back to camp, lit a fire, scraped birch bark into a powder, and brewed hot tea to warm up. Once warmed, they processed their catch and finally enjoyed their first protein-rich meal of the challenge. Anna's team also reached their campsite and found plenty of wood on the shore. They collected some to serve as their bed for the night, providing insulation from ground moisture. Come morning, they planned to build a shelter. However, nearby trees weren't suitable for a shelter frame, forcing them to make several trips to cut trees from afar. Despite collecting enough materials, they lacked experience in shelter building and didn't know where to start. Recalling survival skills they had learned, they tirelessly attempted to erect a tripod. After failing to set up the third tripod, they gave up and decided to change their strategy. They crossed the wood and surrounded it with a waterproof cloth for shelter. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the tent. Ernst was seen holding his finger and crying in pain. It turned out he had accidentally cut himself. Alarmed, Anna quickly called the production team. Fortunately, the doctor arrived quickly and the medical staff bandaged him. Over at Catherine's camp, since their big fish haul a few days ago, they hadn't seen any protein and were surviving on berries. To keep Kaija motivated, they continued to search for food despite their exhaustion. Today, their fishing net was full of fish. Kaija quickly knocked them out with a rock, then gutted and cleaned them, preparing for a hearty meal. Ulla, on her own, also had a small catch today with 2 little fish, enough to replenish her protein. She cleaned them by the river, ready to enjoy once cooked. However, she encountered some trouble starting a fire and failed several times but didn't give up. After changing the tinder, the fire started quickly, and the fish turned out golden and crispy. Delicious. After enjoying one fish after another, Ulla started on her sailing plan. She wove a frame from collected vines, then wrapped it in waterproof fabric. After half a day's work, the raft was ready, but its buoyancy was yet to be tested. With water temperatures near freezing, falling in could cause hypothermia. She had trained specifically for this, soaking in ice water for minutes without issue. Dressed in a life jacket, she pushed the raft into the water. It floated better than expected, now a useful tool for fishing in deeper waters. Rick's team is perhaps the wealthiest right now. Their smoked fish had started to mold, but today they caught 5 large fish. To address the issue of preserving fish, Rick decided to build a smoking cabinet. He stacked stones layer by layer, leaving a space at the bottom for firewood. The fish were hung above for even heating without interfering with their other tasks. They drove several stakes into the ground for support, filled the gaps with branches, and sealed it with moss and mud to create a solid, windproof, and insulated wall. Inspired by the smoking cabinet, he decided to build an indoor fireplace for warmth and efficient smoke venting. With combined efforts, the fireplace was quickly assembled, warming the space significantly and effectively venting smoke. After a busy day, they could finally relax, enjoying grilled fish and the scenic view, followed by a session of yoga to aid digestion. Anna's team was extremely hungry, as their fishing net always came up empty. Additionally, Ernst had injured his hand, making their situation quite miserable. If it weren't for Anna's constant encouragement, Ernst might have already quit the competition. Although they lacked food, their spirits remained strong. Even when supplies ran out, they stayed calm inside their shelter, strategizing on hunting methods. They realized they couldn't rely solely on the fishing net and needed to try different fishing techniques. Ernst then made a simple fishing rod from a branch, and Anna contributed a strand of her hair to create a lifelike bait. By the 13th day of the challenge, Anna's team had lost so much weight that their pants no longer fit, and their cheekbones were prominently visible. Despite having discussed hunting plans via video several times before the challenge, they had caught nothing upon arriving. With the medical checkup day approaching, they were genuinely worried about being forced to quit due to their condition. Meanwhile, Ulla started her sailing project to stock up on food before winter, as the fish had moved to deeper waters. The only way to achieve a good catch was to place the fishing net deep enough in the water. Since their last successful catch, La Lala team shifted their focus to internal renovations, creating a warming fireplace for the shelter. Kaijia practiced winter swimming by the lake, while Catherine constantly checked the fishing nets, hoping to catch more fish before the medical checkup. The challenge was nearing its end, and the production team was about to conduct a medical examination. Ulla was confident she was fine, especially after having just eaten 2 fish, though she nearly fell into the water and twisted her ankle while retrieving the net, hoping this wouldn't affect her upcoming challenges. As for Rick's team, they were not concerned about the upcoming check. Anna's team nervously stepped onto the scale, only to find that despite eating little, they hadn't lost much weight. Surprisingly, Kaijia's side had lost over 20 pounds, likely due to the high fat burn from winter swimming. If this weight loss continued, Catherine's team might be forced to quit by the production team. Anna's team had persisted for 15 days, and now only 4 teams remained. The 2 had stored some fat before participating, which had significantly reduced their waistlines. Despite trying various fishing methods, the harder they tried, the weaker they became, forcing them to use some emergency rations and rethink their survival strategies. They began to motivate each other by sharing inspirational thoughts. Before coming to the challenge, Anna had spent 7 months living outdoors, relying on luck for sleep and surviving on berries and wild vegetables, aiming to prove that women can be strong too. Thinking of his brother's upbringing, Ernst couldn't give up and disappoint his family. After motivating each other, they began gathering materials to build a small boat, which would allow them to fish in deeper waters using the ready-made waterproof fabric and a wild paddle. They only needed to find branches to construct the boat's body, studying past contestants' successes and learning from the failures of others. Ulla, alone, had the foresight to build a boat and set the net early. Though the boat looked simple, it was stable enough to reach deep waters. When it was time to pull in the net, the method proved effective. Catherine's team was struggling. Kaijia's health was deteriorating, finding some relief only through photosynthesis. Catherine was deeply concerned about her partner's health, as building the shelter had drained a lot of their energy. Although their nets occasionally caught fish, it was insufficient. It was uncertain how long they could last in their current state. The scene shifts to Ernst. Building a boat sounded easier than it was. Neither Anna nor he knew the principles of boat making. After aimlessly cutting some branches, they looked at each other, wondering how much material was needed to float. Deciding not to overthink, Anna dumped the collected branches onto the waterproof fabric and wrapped it up, leaving it to a water test to see if it would float. Rick's fishing net didn't disappoint, easily yielding 2 large fish. Meanwhile, Anna's team also arrived at the shore, ready to test their new boat. However, the strong winds made them hesitant, and they decided to try another day, returning to their shelter to continue boosting each other's morale. Rick and his daughter were living comfortably, sitting by the fireplace, eating and chatting. Lark listened to her father's stories. The constant fish was too greasy, so they added some berries as a side. Catherine's team also ate fish, but it might have been problematic as Kaijia's stomach was upset all night. Now, they just wanted to rest at the camp, their teeth and tongues stained from too many berries. On day 16, Ernst woke up hungry and collected berries for breakfast. After eating, they decided to attempt the maiden voyage. Facing the rough waves, they hesitated on the shore for a long time. Eventually, they decided to tie Anna with a rope, so if the waves swept her away, they could still pull her back to shore. While others were still eating wild vegetables and berries, Rick's team enjoyed the freedom of grilled fish. Preparing for the coming winter, they decided to reinforce their shelter. Considering that moss might weigh down the structure, they installed cross beams inside before collecting moss to cover from top to bottom. Rick mentioned that if he were alone, he wouldn't exert so much effort. but he wanted to make the shelter warm and comfortable for Lark. After working hard all day, they finished covering one side. Then, they checked the spear net before sunset. Facing the threat of low temperatures to their health, the father and daughter took turns going into the water. Unfortunately, there was no catch today, and Lark hurried back to the shelter to warm up by the fire. Anna's makeshift boat clearly had design flaws. It was unstable in the water. Anna tried various positions before finally stabilizing herself on it. As she prepared to set sail, she realized all her efforts were in vain as the boat started moving backward. Helplessly, they abandoned the attempt and returned to camp to rest. Over the next few days, the waves grew larger, making it impossible to secure the fishing nets. If they couldn't get food, they would soon be eliminated. They had no choice but to set the nets in strong winds. Despite weighing them down with many stones, the hurricane prevented the nets from opening properly. The scene was quite dire. They worked until midnight, nearly breaking down before finally setting the nets. They hoped for a catch this time. Although Rick's team didn't catch any fish yesterday, it didn't stop them from enjoying their afternoon tea, looking completely relaxed as if on vacation. After being away for many days, Lark greatly missed their children at home, whom she usually took care of. The sudden, long absence made her wonder how they were doing. Lone Wolf Ulla simply built a shelter, focusing mainly on obtaining food. She geared up with waterproof and life-saving equipment to check the fishing net's catch, but a stone tore a hole in it, and it was empty. Another day without a catch. Catherine's team was luckier today, catching 3 large fish. In the morning, they found fresh bear droppings by the river. Knowing bears frequent fish-rich areas, they set their net nearby and finally saw protein after many days. An excited Kaijia jumped into the river, playfully splashing around. The camera shifted back to Anna's team. Today they went to check their spear net only to find it empty and twisted by the wind and waves. Back at camp, Anna couldn't help but complain. After a clean Kaijia returned to camp, they received bad news. The 3 fish they caught were stolen, likely by birds. An exhausted Kaijia, who had lost over 20 pounds in just over a half month, ate the remaining half fish and suddenly expressed a desire to go home. Although Catherine was reluctant, she respected Kaijia's decision. Soon, their boat appeared, dragging water spray. It marked the end of their journey. Aside from Catherine's visible frustration, they had no regrets as this challenge brought them closer. Others came to survive in the wilderness, while Rick and his daughter came to build a house. Since the challenge began, they had been continuously expanding their shelter. Despite their abundant food supply, physical exhaustion led to Rick's mistake, which almost injured Lark. On day 19, as the contestants received a severe weather warning, everyone hurried to pull in their nets. Meanwhile, Ulla spotted a moose but regretted not having brought a bow and arrow, otherwise she wouldn't have to fish every day. After much deliberation, they decided to let Anna go into the water. A problem that could be solved in 2 seconds took them ages to decide. Suddenly, Ernst, pulling the net, shouted excitedly, "I think I saw a fish." It was truly not easy. This was the first time they saw protein since the start. An excited Anna began to sway. Back at camp, they could finally start a fire. For the first time since the challenge began, they tasted grilled fish. The excitement was uncontainable. The father-daughter duo suffered great losses. Diving to retrieve the net not only cost them body heat, but also time spent removing debris. Most frustrating was a large tear in the net. If not properly repaired, future days would be much harder. A violent storm ravaged the island at night, but Rick and his daughter still slept soundly, thanks to their luxurious shelter. Ulla didn't sleep well, disturbed by the noise. Anna's team was also troubled, worried all night about the tarp being blown away. Though the wind had lessened, Ulla felt the waves were still too strong. She decided against net fishing, opting to collect algae instead. Though Ulla appeared less on screen, she had been diligently gathering many blueberries. Anna's team gave up on net fishing and searched for blueberries near the camp, mainly due to the strong winds and because Ernst had a knee problem. On day 6, while building the shelter, recently, the pain had been so severe that he couldn't sleep. In the afternoon, they set a spear net by the shore, admiring the beautiful sunset. Suddenly, tears streamed down their faces. On day 20, 3 teams remained in the challenge. Yesterday, the production crew and a boat arrived, Not because someone quit, but because Anna secretly called the crew to arrange for Ernst's knee to be checked. After examination, the medical team suggested they withdraw. Anna tried to persuade him, but Ernst insisted on continuing without quitting. On the other hand, Rick and his daughter were retrieving their net. Joyful exclamations came as they pulled it up. Rick's shouts of happiness continued, and they ended up with 7 fish, plus the previously stored smoked fish, enough to last a long time. Back at camp, they efficiently processed the catch. Soon, the aroma of smoked fish filled the wilderness. Ulla felt a tremble as she pulled up the net, and indeed, a fish was caught. She quickly skewered it for charcoal grilling. After starting the fire, she discovered a tragedy. The fish she placed aside had vanished. Thinking she forgot where she put it due to old age, she circled the camp several times, but never found it. Meanwhile, Rick and his daughter had already finished their smoked fish, casually eating their meal followed by blueberries to cleanse the palate. Rick and his daughter resumed their construction work, covering the last bit of moss. They began making a theft-proof door, constructing a frame from sturdy branches, and filling it in with thinner branches. Rick carefully attended to the details, constantly lifting and adjusting for comparison. Finally, they covered it with a waterproof tarp. The theft-proof door for the shelter was complete. Then Lark brought out a goat's head, and they earnestly nailed it in place. With the totem installed, their luxurious shelter was finally perfectly completed. Looking at the fruits of more than 20 days of labor, the father and daughter embraced tearfully. Ulla polished several stones and tied them with rope to add weight to the spear net. The small boat barely made it to the middle when an accident occurred during net deployment. Due to the deep water, the stones and net sank. On day 21 of the survival challenge, 3 teams remained. Ulla, alone, checked her fishing net early in the morning and found a fish, her only catch in 6 days. She immediately gutted and cleaned it, skewered it on a stick, and prepared it for charcoal grilling. Although Ulla didn't catch many fish, she was never troubled by hunger and continuously collected and stored berries. The occasional fish improved her diet. Having not seen meat for several days, Ulla savored every bit, eating even the bones, while thinking of her family. Solitude often surrounded her as she didn't have to share food. Meanwhile, Rick and his daughter caught 3 large fish. After putting the fish in the oven, Lark suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell, likely due to drinking too little water. She hoped this rash assumption wouldn't affect the challenge ahead. Anna's team remained relaxed, unaffected by having eaten only 1 fish in over 20 days. They spent their days enjoying the scenery and drying their nets. However, Ernst's knee injury worsened, causing him pain with every step. On day 22, it was the routine medical checkup day for the show. Anna's team anxiously stood on the shore, awaiting their verdict. Seeing Ernst's walk, the crew immediately ended their game. Seeing Anna's disappointed look, Ernst burst into tears. The challenge for the best friends ended, but their friendship did not. With the best friends team gone, only Rick's team and Ulla remained. Who do you think will win? Ulla is so hungry she's chewing on willow branches and eating tree bark. Meanwhile, Rick's team has caught so many fish, they can't store them all. They just caught 15 big fish and plan to eat 3 each today. Lone wolf Ulla makes the best of her situation. Finding the tree bark tastes like beef jerky. On day 23 of the survival challenge, Rick notices the river beginning to freeze, signaling fewer days for fishing. They rush to catch and store as many fish as possible before the river is completely frozen. On the other side, Ulla struggles with the cold, shivering in her icy shelter. At dawn, she starts building a wall, simply placing a few stones and making a hole in the roof. Surprisingly, it works well, eliminating smoke inside and solving the heating issue in her shelter. She checks her fishing nets, but they remain empty. Without protein intake recently, Ulla feels her strength fading. She walks carefully along the shore, fearing she might fall and not be able to get up. Rick and his daughter don't face such hardships, leisurely cooking fish and drinking tea by the lake. Day 25 brings Ulla's medical checkup. Seeing her emaciated body, the crew questions her survival skills. Ulla quickly shows her stored berries, insisting she is fine. However, seeing her crude shelter, the crew mandates that if the indoor temperature falls below 5 degrees Celsius, her challenge will end immediately. After the crew leaves, Ulla throws herself into upgrading her shelter. By day 27, Norway's wilderness welcomes its first snowfall, and Rick and his daughter hit another fishing jackpot, catching 8 fish. Ulla, lacking protein, works slowly on her shelter upgrade, feeling increasingly weaker. She decides to rest and check her fishing net, fortunately finding a small fish today. On day 29, as Ulla contemplates withdrawing from the competition if her nets remain empty, she plans to eat her stored berries. That night, Rick faints outside while going to the toilet, alarming Lark. She debates whether to continue for the prize money. They decide to eat 1 fish per meal to prevent further incidents. Day 30 brings the medical checkup for Rick and his daughter. Concerned about passing, Lark debates revealing her father's condition. Seeing him hide his struggles, Lark speaks out. After brief discussions, the crew concludes they must stop. Unable to accept this, Rick and Lark embrace, crying. Despite their strong performance, building a luxurious shelter and storing plenty of fish, health issues force them to leave. Before departing, they dismantle the totem from the roof, taking it as a gift for their children. With their departure, Ulla becomes the first female champion of the Danish version of the show. While she is interviewed, she turns to see her family. Ulla wins the challenge with her strong will, despite limited food. Congratulations to Ulla for winning the championship. 8 survival experts from past 6 seasons have been selected and dropped in the resource-scarce Norwegian Arctic. Will they redeem themselves or give up early? Using their survival skills, they will do everything possible to last until the end. As usual, the winner will receive a $500,000 cash prize. Transported by the show's yacht, the 8 are dropped at their individual starting points. First up is veteran contestant Jesper, who survived a tough 44 days in Season 4. He not only enjoyed ample fish but also had a close encounter with a wild moose. Upon landing, he quickly surveyed the terrain, only to find himself surrounded by a large mountain. While exploring up the slope, he stumbled upon a frog and without hesitation killed it with a stick. He continued deeper into the forest and soon found an increasing number of chicken fat mushrooms, which he used to cook a mushroom soup for dinner. The second contestant, Camilla, a familiar face from Season 5, survived 29 days with her best friend. This time, alone, she is determined to last even longer. After landing, she placed all her gear on the shore and headed up the mountain to find a sunny spot for her camp. She quickly set up a waterproof tarp and moved all her equipment under it, creating a simple, convenient temporary shelter. She then rested before heading out to look for food. The third contestant, Christian, excited to return, he found his starting point less than ideal. Deciding to set up his shelter across the lake, he quickly used a rope to tie between 2 tree trunks and covered it with a waterproof tarp, creating a makeshift shelter. The fourth contestant, Victor, who survived 16 days in Season 5 with a friend but had to withdraw when they couldn't catch fish. Upon landing at a harbor, he immediately lay down and slept for 2.5 hours, snoring loudly. Realizing he was still in the competition, he quickly began building a shelter using tree trunks to form a triangular frame. However, before he could finish, he became ill, vomited against a tree, and fainted. When Victor awoke, he considered withdrawing but decided to persevere and set up his tent despite his discomfort. Meanwhile, over with Jesper, he accidentally lost the frog he had caught while picking mushrooms. Not wanting to go hungry with just mushrooms for dinner, he quickly pulled out his fishing rod from his bag. He had just dropped the hook into the water when a fish bit. He swiftly reeled it in and brought it ashore, which lifted his spirits. He then hurried to build his shelter, bending branches on the shore and laying a waterproof tarp over them. Soon, he had a place to sleep for the night, followed by cooking a delicious fish soup and enjoying his dinner under the sunset. The next day, Camilla decided to go out in search of protein after meditating at the campsite in the morning. She took out her fishing rod, and as soon as she cast the hook, there was movement under the water. She returned to the campsite, started a big fire, and cooked up a meal. Feeling energized, she decided to start building a permanent shelter and even planned to make herself a large bed. Meanwhile, Christian hadn't eaten breakfast and decided to find a path over the lake to the mountain on the other side. However, he ran out of energy halfway up the hill. Thus, Christian decided to build a raft as the only time and effort-saving way to cross the lake. After running around all day, he returned to the campsite after dark, quickly fished a few fish, and had a simple dinner of 3 small fish. Remembering it was his daughter's birthday, he even made a makeshift birthday cake with a stick. He spent a beautiful night like this, On the third day, Jesper planned to look for a permanent residence around the area. He walked for miles up the slope and suddenly the view opened up. The wall behind him was actually quite suitable for building a hut. He immediately moved his luggage over and started cleaning the area, tested the stability by lying down, and cleared the surrounding debris with a shovel. He laid down a sleeping mat and waterproof tarp to finish the job, then quickly started a fire to check its effectiveness. Lunch was simply 2 small fish. Over with Victor. He didn't wake up until noon from his tent, feeling slightly better than the day before. He prepared to start building a permanent shelter, collecting several sturdy tree trunks and quickly setting up the basic framework of the campsite. He then covered it with spruce branches. Victor took out his fishing rod to go fishing by the lake. With the help of modern equipment, he caught a meal in just 2.5 minutes, simply processed it, put it on the fire to roast, and after nibbling a few bites, reluctantly threw the fish away. By the 4th day, Victor encountered problems again. Upon waking, he felt dizzy and had blurred vision and had no appetite for fish. He then resorted to his emergency oatmeal supply. Despite being normal food, Victor struggled to swallow it and vomited immediately after trying to eat. A yacht arrived soon after. It turned out that he had called for rescue. A doctor came and conducted a thorough examination but found nothing wrong physically. The headquarters decided against evacuating him for treatment due to the lack of medical issues, yet Victor continued to appear very weak. After persistent questioning by the doctor, Victor chose to withdraw from the competition. He mentioned that his previous survival experience had left a psychological scar, making him fearful this time, possibly exacerbated by not acclimatizing well to the environment. Eventually, he packed his bags and became the first contestant to withdraw. On the 3rd day, the 5th contestant named Rasmus, who survived 24 days in the 3rd season but had to withdraw due to a lack of fish, saw this return as a chance to prove himself. He checked his fishing net and found 3 small lake trout, which he simply turned into a fish soup for lunch. Realizing the importance of fish, Rasmus planned to make more fishing hooks. He used rings from soda cans he had found earlier as bait and tied several hooks to a stick, which he then cast into the water. Sana, another returning contestant from the 2nd season, had been living in her temporary shelter for 3 days. She had survived 25 days previously but had to withdraw due to severe cold as her shelter lacked a fireplace. Initially planning to build a larger shelter, she reconsidered knowing it wouldn't retain heat well in winter, and dismantled the walls she had set up. She spent half an hour constructing a triangular wilderness shelter to withstand strong winds, reinforcing each corner. Without resting, she then started making a single bed, nailing the frame and covering it with soft moss before testing it out by lying on it. For lunch, she cooked delicious chicken of the woods mushrooms. Caroline, the 7th contestant of this season, had collected many wild mushrooms after landing. She sliced them thin and laid them out on stones to dry. After contemplating for several minutes, she decided to look for a place to settle permanently. Caroline and her best friend lasted for 21 days in season 6. Although they only had 1 fish during that time, they ultimately withdrew because her friend was injured. She joined this competition to make up for last time's regrets. On the mountain, Caroline found a fairly flat piece of ground and took out a shovel to start building a fireplace. She lined the pit with stone slabs. After finishing, Caroline, already starving, hurriedly cooked some dried mushrooms she had stored, her dinner for the day. The final contestant to appear, Burke, has already built a permanent shelter. From the start, he has been setting up spike nets daily and fishing with a rod, ensuring he never goes hungry. Burke, a former soldier of 8 years, unexpectedly withdrew after only 5 days in the 2nd season due to a broken rib. This time, he returned to give his all and surprisingly found his spike net full today, even including fish with roe. After replenishing his protein, he went up the mountain to pick some berries. On the 4th day, Sana went to check her spike net at the shore and immediately saw a fish on the hook. She quickly pulled it ashore and started cooking right by the lake, enjoying the plump trout and delicious berry tea. Considering the need to enter the cold lake water to retrieve the spike net, which is quite dangerous for her, she decided to build a boat. She collected a large pile of spruce branches from the lakeside, then constructed a frame on top, finally wrapping it in waterproof fabric. After finishing, she quickly tested it in the water and was impressed by its buoyancy and propulsion. Meanwhile, while sharpening his axe at camp, Rasmus accidentally cut his finger, causing blood to spurt out. Without hesitation, he took out a first aid kit to bandage it. Once the wound was dressed, Rasmus prepared to set fishhooks in the water. He first moved a large rock to the shore to use as an anchor, then threw it as far as possible into the water. He tied 3 fishhooks under a floating piece of wood and now just had to wait quietly for a fish to bite. Jesper decided to make a flute out of a wooden stick. He split the stick down the middle, then hollowed out the inside with a knife, taking care to wear gloves for safety. After completing the second stick in the same manner, he joined the 2 halves together. Finally, after drilling holes in it, his flute was complete. On day 5, a yacht suddenly broke the silence of the lake. On closer inspection, it turned out Burke had called for medical help. He said he had been feeling weak for several days. After the doctor's examination, Burke was asked if he wanted to withdraw from the competition. Reluctantly, he packed his bags. Like last season, Burke only lasted 5 days before heading home. Now, only 6 contestants remain. Rasmus was busy installing a fireplace using stones to build a simple stove. Luckily, he had found an iron chain by the lake a few days earlier, which was perfect for securing his iron pot. After setting everything up, he hurried to the lakeside to check his spike net. Fortunately, there was a small fish caught in it. Although not large, it was enough for a meal. Back at camp, he initially extinguished his fire by accident while trying to vent the smoke but managed to get it going again. Finally, he could enjoy his delicious meal. Caroline decided to build a tripod by the lake to secure her spike net. She stripped down, took the net into the water, and set it up. After that, she started building a wilderness cabin. Once completed, she covered it with a waterproof fabric. On day 6, Rasmus carried a bunch of sand from the lakeside using a plastic bag and evenly spread it at the entrance of his shelter. His breakfast consisted of fish, mushrooms, and berries. Over at Sanna's place, she planned to check her spike net by boat today. However, as soon as she pulled up the net, it twisted into a mess, and the remaining net got tangled at the lake bottom. Sanna cut the net free with a knife. On day 7, Camilla used a female urination device to pee standing up, which worked exceptionally well. She planned to build a sloped cabin but had to rest frequently due to a lack of energy. Unfortunately, there was still nothing caught in her spike net. Rasmus sat in meditation at the camp for half an hour before hurrying to the lakeside to check his catch. Surprisingly, he easily pulled up a 2.5-pound trout. He gutted it right on the shore. Unexpectedly, the fish came with bright, fresh roe. He decided to cook it thoroughly back at camp over a large fire. In just a few minutes, he had a delicious roe soup ready and enjoyed a hearty meal. Jesper played a tune on his flute every morning. Since his shelter was flooded in the last competition, he vividly remembered the incident. This time, he deliberately built his house halfway up the hillside. However, there are several downsides to being close to the wall. Rainwater seeping through the walls accumulates on the ground, keeping the campsite constantly damp. To address this, Jesper started collecting stones from the lakeside and neatly laid them on the ground. After completing this, he checked the spike net he had set up. From a distance, he could see the net was empty. Fortunately, he had set up an additional fish hook earlier. As soon as he felt the heavy pull, he knew he had caught something. It was an eel. He slid it open at the shore, fried it until golden on both sides, and enjoyed the delicious eel steaks. Meanwhile, Sanna, after a failed fishing trip, decided to dismantle the waterproof fabric from her boat and used it to build a roof over her camp entrance. After finishing, she went to the lake for food and astonishingly caught 4 wild fish, each of a decent size. She quickly gutted them on the shore, then smoked them over a fire at camp, the fish sizzling as they cooked. On the other side, Christian was busy building a permanent shelter. He measured and set up the walls along the wooden frame. Once the walls were up, he guzzled water from the lake and checked the fish hooks he had placed under the rocks, catching a small eel in the process. Energized, he continued sawing wood and building the roof, finally covering everything with the versatile waterproof fabric to complete his basic shelter, spacious and bright inside. By day 8, Caroline had been surviving on mushrooms, stringing up her stockpile of dried food. As time passed, many dried mushrooms began to mold and spoil. Not wanting to waste food, she cooked them in a pot. After drinking several mouthfuls of mushroom soup, she got busy with her saw. In the afternoon, she checked her spike net and found a small fish still hanging on it. After retrieving the rest of the net, she successfully harvested 2 protein-rich catches. Back with Jesper, he cut off the top of his fishing rod and used the next segment to tie the fishing line. Packing all his fishing gear, he set off towards the other side of the mountain. Halfway there, he found a bunch of mushrooms. After a tough 2.5-hour trek, a large river finally appeared. He quickly tried his luck with the fishing rod and soon caught a fish. Jesper didn't fish much and planned to return to camp. Meanwhile, Rasmus also tidied up his fishing hooks. Standing by the shore, he quickly caught a fish, delighted with the protein boost. He quickly cooked the fish back at camp, enjoying the beautiful night view and the sweet taste of the fish. By day 10, Camilla was laying the roof for her shelter. The basic framework of the sloped wooden cabin was complete. Before moving in, she needed to fill the gaps in the roof. During breaks, she continued carving small toys. Jesper found a new area, indicated by moose tracks scattered on the ground, suggesting abundant resources. He quickly prepared his fishing rod with a worm as bait and tested it by the lake. He soon caught 3 plump trout, gutted them to enjoy fish roe sashimi, and cooked the rest with fresh chicken of the woods mushrooms over a campfire. Sanna felt pleased seeing her tidy campsite. In the morning, she easily caught a fat trout with roe in her spike net. No luck with the net in the afternoon, she then chopped wood for the campsite and planned to build a fireplace at the entrance. Only having a small iron tool made it difficult, and she made little progress. Christian awoke to find the stream behind him had risen substantially. At the shore, he found the water flowing through his spike net and quickly retrieved it, surprised to find a trout, easily securing protein. Rasmus's shelter was poorly located, becoming wet whenever it rained, with puddles forming around the bed. He dug a drainage ditch behind it and then rested until the afternoon. With his fishing rod, he soon secured dinner by the lake. By day 13, heavy rain started falling on the competition area. Not wanting to endure the cold, Christian decided to build a fireplace inside his camp. He carried large stones from the river, neatly stacking them in a corner of the camp. After resting briefly, he built a solid fireplace, made a vent in the wall to prevent smoke from filling the room, and lit a fire to test it. Initially, the smoke exited as expected, but within half a minute the room was filled with smoke as the fire grew, trapping the smoke inside. Caroline moved into her permanent shelter early due to the weather. She took out a mink coat she had sewn herself to combat the severe cold. As a vegetarian, she gathered wild berries for lunch, spending 2.5 hours on the ground to collect as much as she could, ultimately filling a sack. On day 14, good luck finally arrived for Christian. He caught a fat fish early in the morning but struggled to retrieve his spike net from the lake due to it getting caught on underwater rocks. After pulling it free, he knew he'd have to repair it. At that moment, a yacht appeared on the lake for the crew to perform regular health checks on the contestants, including weighing them and checking their blood pressure, which showed no major issues. However, Caroline handed a letter to the crew expressing her views on death, raising concerns about her mental state. Despite her smiles during their conversation, the crew decided it was best for her mental and physical safety to have her leave the competition. Caroline was not too surprised by the decision and packed her belongings with regret, leaving the competition with 5 contestants remaining. Early on day 10, Jesper found a piece of wild plastic pipe. He carved a few holes in it with his knife, making a flute. By day 16, Jesper returned to his earlier landing spot to build a sauna. He constructed a dome-shaped frame from branches, started a fire beside it to heat stones, covered it with a waterproof cloth, and placed the hot stones inside. He undressed, entered the sauna, and poured cold water on the stones, filling the tent with steam and playing his flute. Sanna, who hadn't eaten fish for 2 days, went to the lake and luckily caught a fish. However, she released it back into the lake, finding it too small. After spending 2.5 hours in the sauna, Jesper emerged and quickly dipped into the river to cool off, or sawed off half of a support column, with the tree falling exactly as planned, making the campsite feel more spacious. Later, Rasmus went to check his spike net at the lake but was disappointed to find no fish, and the net stuck in the rocks. Despite the cold, he managed to retrieve the net after some effort. Without time to rest, work had to continue. Rasmus decided to fill the gap behind the campsite by carrying stones from nearby, layering them with soft moss. The task was completed quickly. Camilla, having slept until noon today, went straight to gathering wood for the campsite. As night fell, She began carving toys. On day 17, Christian checked his spike net early in the morning, but found it empty again. He headed to the mountains to pick mushrooms, as he had lost 13 pounds and needed food. He cooked the mushrooms simply for lunch. Sana headed to the lake before dark to retrieve her net. As she took hold of it, she felt a twitch and saw splashes. There was a fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds. She quickly used stones to kill them. After retrieving the rest of the spike net, Sana successfully obtained 4 proteins. By day 18, a hurricane hit the competition site. Sana hastily fortified her shelter with stones. Meanwhile, Rasmus decided to build a windbreak for the fire pit. He cut several logs to the right length and arranged them in a triangle, filling the gaps with moss. However, a gust of wind blew away his waterproof tarp. Jesper cleaned up his equipment in the morning and played a tune on his flute before setting fire to the area and tearing down the waterproof tarp. A yacht quickly approached from the lake. Jesper had been waiting on the shore for a long time and felt continuing was pointless. He packed his belongings and regretfully left the competition, leaving 4 contestants remaining. Camilla was working on a gate for the campsite due to its large entrance. She decided to make a flap with a waterproof tarp that opened and closed vertically. She laid out the tarp with sticks around the edges and brought a supportive branch. She had caught a fat eel 2 days ago and decided to roast a fishtail today, which tasted quite good. On Rasmus's side, the spike net brought ashore surprisingly had trout hooked. Except for the first one, which was a bit small, the next one was full of fat, rewarding Rasmus with 3 proteins, which made him dance with joy. Christian, on the other hand, wasn't as lucky. His check of the spike net yielded nothing. To fill his stomach, he picked birch leaves, just enough to stave off hunger. Sana continued her work on the fireplace today, building a stone path behind the campsite and covering it with moss. She then placed a waterproof tarp over it and lit a fire to test the setup. Initially, it worked well, but as the fire grew, the stones heated up and eventually set the moss on fire. Luckily, Sana quickly removed the tarp in time. Day 20. Early in the morning, Sana went fishing and immediately felt an unprecedented pull on her line. After a tough struggle, she pulled a large fish ashore, the biggest she had ever seen. She killed it with a stone, sliced the meat into thin pieces on the spot, and brought it back to camp to fry until golden brown on both sides. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, she started collecting dry wood, quickly filling up the space near the entrance. Later, Sana went up the mountain to enjoy the sun. The fish meat from his previous catch was still unfinished. He was considering how to store it and collected some tender green spruce branches to hang the sliced fish meat, which tasted excellent. The rest was smoked until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, ready to be eaten as a snack. After a hearty breakfast, Rasmus decided to set up his spike net again, removing his clothes each time to dive into the water and anchor the net by throwing stones tied to it. After emerging from the water, he was freezing and red all over. At Camilla's site, she installed a half shelf at the entrance to conveniently place various small pieces of furniture. At Christian's site, he had not caught any protein for 3 days and still had no luck today. Out of necessity, he took out his fishing rod, lit a bonfire, and started fishing by the lake. Finally, the rod twitched, and after 3 days of hunger, he hooked a fish, quickly followed by a second catch. Day 23. It was time for Rasmus to check his spike net. He butchered a large fish weighing 7 to 8 pounds and cooked the bright-colored roe in clear water. Tasting it, he felt energized. To prevent the remaining smoked fish from being stolen by rats, he placed it beside his bed. Sana took out a photo of her family, unable to stop her tears. Suddenly, a yacht appeared on the lake. Unable to continue, Sana packed her belongings and regretfully exited the competition, leaving only 3 contestants. Christian, elated, went to the lake, split open a fish's belly with a stone, and directly enjoyed the delicious roe as sashimi. Day 30. Christian's side. Due to the rain, the water level rose significantly. Christian decided to wait for the lake to recede before fishing again, as there are still 4 smoked fish hanging at the campsite. Taking out a photo of his family, Christian couldn't hold back his tears. His dinner consisted of a variety of green foods and 1 smoked fish. Rasmus's side. With nothing left to eat, Rasmus checked his spike net and only caught small fish. He cleaned them on the shore by removing the guts and heads, making the rest of the fish safe to cook. He boiled some fatty trout in a pot while listening to the rain outside. Christians sighed. He set up his spike net as the water level continued to rise. After struggling with ropes, he had to remove the supports to properly set up the net. After finishing, he decided to take a walk up the mountain. He didn't go far before finding some birch bracket fungus, scraping some powder off it, and dispersing it in boiled water. Rasmus sighed. Several days of heavy rain flooded his campsite. He gathered a pile of spruce leaves and spread them on the ground, which worked well. Then, Rasmus decided to go fishing at the lake. Despite casting for 3 hours by the lakeside, he caught nothing as night fell. Camilla sighed. Meanwhile, Camilla easily caught a small fish and enjoyed the aroma of grilled fish. By day 35, Camilla decided to build a sauna. She had already constructed the frame the previous week and now covered it with moss. After heating stones to a red-hot temperature, she went inside undressed. Suddenly, a yacht sped across the lake, and Camilla packed her belongings and regretfully left the competition, leaving only 2 contestants. Day 37. Christians sighed. Today, Christian checked his spike net and caught a large fish, almost too heavy to lift with both hands. A yacht arrived at the lake, carrying Rasmus, who had been steady but not fully satisfied with his meals in the last few days. Though he didn't win the championship this time, he felt he had grown a lot and hoped for another chance to compete. Now only Christian remained in the competition, enjoying a meal of crispy on the outside. Day 42. The production team arrived for a routine health check. At the same time, Christian's family quietly came to visit. Turning around and seeing his loved ones, Christian couldn't help but burst into tears. He quickly moved forward for a big embrace. After calming his emotions, Christian showed them around the shelter. He still had a stockpile of smoked fish. After sharing a feast with his wife and children, he finally packed his belongings and ended the competition. Congratulations to Christian for winning this season's championship. 7 experienced wilderness survival experts were dropped into the extremely cold Arctic wilderness. In temperatures below -20 degrees Celsius, they had to build shelters, find food, and constantly guard against accidents. Relying on their extensive survival skills, the last one standing would win a $500,000 cash prize. The challenge took place within the Arctic Circle, where contestants arrived at their starting points by the show's seaplane. The first contestant, Sorens, became incredibly excited upon landing. Fortunately, a large boulder at the landing site served as a perfect wall for his shelter. The area, reeking of reindeer dung, hinted at abundant resources. Before the competition, Sorens was a professional blacksmith, crafting iron ornaments for museums and relying on blacksmithing for his livelihood. He joined the competition out of a deep love for the wilderness. After securing his shelter location, he began gathering materials to construct a sloped ramp against the rock wall, quickly fashioning a simple tent with a tarp and wooden poles. Notably, Sorens was the only contestant without a sleeping bag, relying instead on his muskox fur blanket to fend off the cold. The second contestant, Anders, discovered a natural shelter upon arrival. The spacious interior solved his shelter needs immediately. He laid his blanket inside, finding it perfectly sized, and positioned at the entrance was a clear view of the lake, ideal for monitoring any movement. Before the competition, Anders, with over a decade of jungle living experience, had amassed hundreds of thousands of followers on social media, sustaining himself with educational videos. To build a strong fire, he meticulously prepared wood shavings and, using a flint, successfully ignited tinder. He gathered pine resin to extend the burning time of his fire, reducing the need for frequent refueling. The third contestant, Bettina, couldn't help but cry as the boat departed, realizing she was now on her own. The lively fish in the surrounding lakes filled her with anticipation for the days ahead. Back in Norway, Bettina worked as an auto mechanic with a large garage full of custom cars, frequently customizing vehicles for clients. She was also a professional angler, often fishing in the sea with her private yacht. Bettina quickly packed her luggage and set up a simple shelter before heading to the lakeside with her specialized fishing rod. Notably, in this competition, contestants were allowed to bring a fishing rod and choose 3 additional pieces of equipment. Bettina brought a fish basket, intending to store live fish in the water to keep them fresh. Despite fishing for half an hour with bait, she caught nothing. Anne, the second female contestant this season, quickly set up camp upon arrival. After a short rest, she prepared to fish, hoping to rely on fish for survival. She brought various baits she had collected over more than 10 years, confident in catching both big and small fish. She quickly went to the lake with her equipment and immediately caught a barracuda on her first cast. She cleaned the fish on the spot, discarding the head. Klaus, the fifth contestant, had already solved his fire-making issue. While walking, he found many mushrooms that he deemed safe to eat based on their smell. Back in Denmark, Klaus ran an outdoor equipment store and had accumulated much wilderness experience from hunting and fishing alone. He entered the competition primarily to win the prize money to expand his store. However, as he was about to fish, a group of reindeer ran by on a distant hillside. Since they were protected by law, he decided to fish instead and quickly caught a small fish, making his dinner unexpectedly easy. The next day, Anne enjoyed a luxurious breakfast of fresh fish soup, while birds pecked at the fish heads she had discarded the day before. Meanwhile, Sorens explored his surroundings in the morning and decided to set up a gill net, hoping for a big meal the next day. He skipped breakfast and returned to camp to make tools. He crafted a handy hammer from a stick. He then attempted to build the roof's crossbeam. After measuring a large stone, he cut a sturdy log to serve as a support column for his shelter, cleaning off the bark. Despite pulling with ropes for a long time, the beam wouldn't budge. Frustrated, he had to move it little by little and finally succeeded in setting up the beam after 2.5 hours. Bettina was also building a shelter, using a nearby tree branch as a support. After setting up the crossbeam, she was so exhausted from a day and night without protein that she had no energy for anything else. She went back to the lake with her fishing rod early in the morning when the water was calm, hoping for a big catch. Soon, there was movement in the water, and sure enough, she pulled up a barracuda. The fish was quite large, enough to feed her for 2 or 3 days. Bettina used a net to keep it alive in the water. Anders, meanwhile, opted not to use a ready-made stone shelter, choosing instead to build a new one in the jungle. He cut several 4-meter-long sticks to start building. Constructing such a long crossbeam was challenging, and he fell several times throughout the half-day effort. Finally, he managed to prop up the frame, but it collapsed again while he was trying to secure it. On the other side, Klaus was building a simple triangular tent. This was his first attempt at such a structure, but luckily, due to the inherent stability of triangles, he easily propped up the frame and wrapped it with a waterproof cloth, planning to spend the coming days there. After setting everything up, Klaus went fishing. Like before, fish bit as soon as he cast his line. Based on the weight, this barracuda was quite large, the biggest he had ever caught, boosting his spirits. He brought it back to camp to hang in the tent, as he still had fish left from the previous day. After a simple half-hour cook over a large fire, he sat in front of the camp to enjoy his meal. On the third day, it was time for Sorens to check his gill net. He hoped for a good catch, but found the net tangled and empty when he pulled it ashore. Back at camp, untangling and restoring it to its original form was not an easy task. Over at Klaus's place, that day's task was to make a door for the tent. He measured the appropriate length with sticks, then made a frame to size and covered it with the versatile waterproof cloth. For breakfast, he chopped off the fish heads and stuffed the remaining flesh into a wooden hole, sealing the sides with bark to create an oven-like effect. In just half an hour, the deliciously cooked fish was ready, crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside. Meanwhile, Anders finally finished building his shelter. Given the cold weather in the area, he planned to build a fireplace outside. He turned around to start gathering stones from the surroundings. Along with soft moss, he quickly assembled it. Eager to see the results, he lit a fire, but did not consider wind direction. As soon as he lit the fire, thick smoke blew into the tent. After some thought, he dismantled it and chose a new location, spending another 2.5 hours. He thought it would go smoothly this time, but halfway through, the stones collapsed due to insufficient support. This deep frustration instantly made Anders lose confidence. On the 4th day, Ulrich, the 6th contestant this season, had been living in a simple tent because the ground was covered in edible blueberries. While he was drinking hot tea at the campsite, a crow suddenly flew past nearby. Ulrich tried to mimic the crow's call to attract it. Surprisingly, this tactic worked, and the crow flew towards him. However, it just flew over his head, not giving him a chance to use his bow and arrow. Back in Denmark, Ulrich was a professional hunter, skilled with the bow and arrow, often hunting large animals. He once nearly got counterattacked by a wild boar, which made him realize the dangers of wild animals. He joined the competition mainly for the prize money, but so far, he had not seen any small animals, so he spent time practicing his aim. The last contestant to appear was Meta, the only one with a compound bow. In the days before, she had to eat berries from the ground to stave off hunger. When she finally got a fish on the hook by the lake, it unfortunately escaped during the struggle. Before the competition, Meta was an archer with various animal specimens at home, indicating her skills. Besides, she was a jewelry maker. She joined the competition to test herself. After several days, Meta had solved her shelter issue. To make boiling water easier, she planned to go out to collect some sticks to make a frame. Back at the camp, she accidentally knocked over the iron pot while hammering the sticks into the ground, extinguishing the fire. Over at Klaus's place, he had been experiencing dizziness and a very fast heartbeat for several days, with no signs of it slowing down. Fearing damage to his health, he called the medical team. Soon, a doctor arrived quickly by speedboat. After a brief examination, the conclusion was that his symptoms were due to hunger. The doctor advised him to eat regularly, assuring him that it was nothing serious to worry about. Arriving at Sorens's place, today was another day to check the gill net. With previous experience in netting, this time he easily caught a large catfish. He cleaned the fish on the spot. Although the flesh didn't look very healthy, it didn't affect his cooking back at camp. He couldn't wait to eat, and soon devoured it in minutes. He then began to reinforce his temporary shelter to prevent the simple tent from being blown away by the wind. He had started building a permanent shelter days ago, the size of which was at least that of a mansion. Meanwhile, at Anders's side, he planned to make a kitchen for the camp. He placed a wooden stick between two large trees and used sawn wood slices as coasters. Even the iron pot could be conveniently hung up there, making it easy to arrange kitchen items on top. During a walk, he discovered a dry tree whose bark was rich in oils, easily ignited with a spark. He collected it, perfect for tinder in the winter. Afterwards, he went to the lake to check the gill net. However, as he pulled it up, it was cleaner than his face. Seeing no fish caught for 2 consecutive days, he decided to relocate the net. On the 5th day, Anne, who was fishing by the shore, suddenly spotted something exciting. A herd of reindeer had run up to her. They seemed completely unafraid of humans. Unfortunately, the competition rules prohibited hunting reindeer. Later, Anne returned to her old spot to check the gill net and successfully caught a large fish, boosting her meal before bedtime. She immediately started cooking back at camp. Unexpectedly, she found something hidden inside the fish. After cutting off the fish's head, she placed it directly by the fire to grill. Over at Bettina's place, after 5 days, she finally completed the frame and covered it with a waterproof cloth. Considering the roof was too flat, which could collect rainwater, she specifically elevated the middle with moss. As for lunch, she made do with some fish meat, thankful she hadn't eaten it all in one go. As night fell, Ulrich also nibbled on fish meat at the camp. Eating as much as possible was the only way to last longer here. On the 6th day, it was Ulrich's son's birthday. Thinking of his beloved little one, he, who was originally cooking fish meat in the morning, couldn't help but start to cry. Ulrich brought his equipment to the shore and took out the boat he had crafted. He had been improving the raft for several days, and today was the time to test it. He sat in the boat and rowed out. He intended to set up his gill net using thickets, but mishaps occurred frequently during the process. He had no choice but to return and refix the tripod. While setting up the gill net, one side of the boat suddenly started leaking. Before he could react, he flipped entirely into the water. Even the life ring around his neck popped open instantly. Fortunately, the lake was not very deep, and he soon climbed ashore, disheveled. Over at Bettina's, to sleep off the ground at night, she decided to build a single bed for the camp. She sawed several logs thicker than her thigh and moved them to the center of the tent. She then laid wooden sticks on top, covered them with spruce branches, and finished by placing a wool blanket on top. The bed was just the right size. Meanwhile, Anders, to reset the gill net, planned to connect several wooden sticks together for a larger netting area. He measured the distance with his steps and had brought a drill bit as his chosen tool, which was very useful for building shelters. He drilled a small hole, then connected 2 other sticks using mortise and tenon joints, and poked through the middle of the hole. He then used a stick to fix the 2 pieces together, creating a movable joint. He added many anchor points to the stick, brought the crafted stand to the lakeside, and gradually fixed the gill net to the anchor points. After placing all the sticks in the water, all he needed to do was wait quietly. Back at camp, he was very hungry, but his fish meat was already gone. To fill his stomach, Anders thought of using tree bark. He cut it into thin noodle-like strips, boiled them in a pot, and then grilled them on a pot lid. The taste was passable. Klaus had not eaten fish for 3 days. Today, he was back at his usual spot, fishing with a delicate lure. Standing by the lake, he began his long fishing session. But not half an hour in, the hook got stuck in a crevice. No matter how hard he pulled, it was no use. In the end, he had to cut the fishing line, losing not only the lure, but also a section of the hook and line. On day 7, Anders went to check the gill net he had set up. As soon as he arrived at the lake, he eagerly began to retrieve it. However, as he pulled it up, it felt lighter and lighter, and to his dismay, he found it empty and tangled around a stick. Not wanting to deal with the hassle, he cut it free with his knife. Disheartened by the failure of his painstaking efforts, Anders quickly lost confidence. It was uncertain how much longer he could hold out. At Soren's camp, he started his morning by pouring last night's wood ash into a pot, intending to make soap. He also picked some rosemary outside, crushed it, and added it to the pot. After just half an hour, a thick, murky liquid was ready, which he claimed was excellent for cleaning. He then stripped down and bathed in the cold river, which instantly invigorated him. Meanwhile, after 2.5 hours of effort, Bettina finally caught an old lake trout just before dark, relieving her hunger with some meat. However, a yacht suddenly appeared on the lake. It was medical staff coming for their regular checkup to ensure the contestants could continue competing. They reminded them that winter was approaching, and they needed to prepare for the cold. On the 8th day, Anders decided to shorten his shelter to conserve heat. He covered the roof with moss to protect against the cold. Klaus planned to make a small bed for himself. He chose a spot, cut some sticks, nailed them to the ground, and laid more sticks on top, finishing with a wool blanket. Sorens took a drill bit, one of the tools he had brought, and drilled a hole through the roof of his hut. He cut some wooden sticks to use as pegs to secure the structure, and covered the top layer with moss for rain protection. This task would keep him busy for 4 to 5 days. Meanwhile, Bettina also started building a fireplace but did not account for the wind direction, and soon, thick smoke swept through the camp, indicating a need for further improvements. By the 9th day, a disheartened Anders returned from another unsuccessful fishing trip. After contemplating for 2.5 hours at camp, he made the call to withdraw from the competition. As a yacht sped towards him, he expressed to the camera the immense pressure he felt, his discomfort in staying, and his longing for his wife and family. Packing up his belongings, Anders became the first contestant to leave the competition. Meanwhile, over at Klaus' camp, today was finally the day to check the gill net. He casually pulled it up and easily caught a fish. Soon after, he was back at camp enjoying the delicious meal. By day 9, Ulrich urgently needed to finish his permanent shelter. He simply laid a tarp over the frame to waterproof it. To fix a leak in the roof, he tied 2 sticks at the doorway and carefully climbed up, covering the top with a tarp as a makeshift cap to fend off rain and snow without blocking the smoke. He trimmed the excess material at the bottom of the tent to prevent the edges from fraying and briefly used a torch to singe them. He then moved all his equipment into his new home. Turning to Sorens, he washed his face after getting up and continued to reinforce his shelter. He had planned to build a luxury house at another location, but realized after several days of work that he lacked the strength. Reluctantly, he gave up on the luxury house and began to expand his temporary shelter. After working on an empty stomach all morning, Sorens decided to go fishing at the lake. Just as he finished speaking, his fishing hook showed signs of life. Surprisingly quickly, he reeled in the fish. Perhaps too hungry to endure, he did not fish for more and immediately returned to camp to process the fish. He started by pan-frying the roe from the fish's belly, and in less than 2 minutes, he ate everything. Over at Anne's place, she was one of the few contestants with a stockpile of food. For breakfast, she simply ate a fishtail. After breakfast, Anne decided to add a layer of insulation to her tent. Since the tent was too high and she had no ladder, she could only throw moss up bit by bit. She initially planned to rest at camp, but couldn't sleep due to the sub-zero temperatures. She then realized the importance of having a fireplace, so she went to the riverbank with her backpack to collect stones. She quickly built a fire pit with the stones, forming a circle. To avoid dense fog, She even made a skylight in the roof. As night fell, the inside of the tent finally warmed up a bit. By day 10, Klaus went back to his usual spot to fish with his rod. As the weather gradually cooled, the fish became scarce. He had gone several days without catching anything, despite changing baits multiple times. Frustrated, he focused on the gill net, which had been tangled since the last retrieval. Untangling them proved time-consuming and difficult, and success was uncertain. Unable to endure it any longer, Klaus simply cut the net with a knife. He then set the remaining half of the gill net by the lake, walking around it to ensure fish would enter. He hoped for a miracle the next day. Meanwhile, at Meda's camp, as one of the few archers, she took her compound bow up the mountain to hunt today. First, she mimicked a bird's call with a whistle and carefully observed her surroundings. Soon she felt dizzy and feared collapsing in the wilderness due to exhaustion. Deciding it was safer, she headed back to camp. Earlier, by the lake, she had found some reeds, rich in carbohydrates. Not wanting to waste them, she quickly cooked them in a pot. It was evening by the time she had a simple soup, but on the 11th day, Meti brewed a coffee-like drink from powdered birch mushrooms. After a warm drink, she went out hunting again with her bow but found little wildlife. Fortunately, she found plenty of wild berries on the ground, a far better option than going hungry. Over at Bettina's, being in the wild made her miss her family, prompting her to carve their names into a plank. After tidying up, she went fishing by the lake and soon caught an old trout. While retrieving it, she noticed birds eating her fish and started feeding them. At Ulrich's, as a top hunter, he constantly searched for protein but found not even a squirrel. After wandering with his gear, he reluctantly gathered berries to stave off hunger. Back at camp, hoping to rest, he found his shelter drafty and unbearably cold, forcing him to gather firewood. Being careful, Ulrich managed to chop the wood and then went to check his fish trap by the lake. Fortunately, he caught a 2.5-pound fish, but on the way back, his raft scraped a rock. He suspected it was damaged but had no time to fix it and decided to cook the fish instead. Meanwhile, Klaus at his camp was praying for a successful catch since it was his day to check the fish trap. At the lake, he carefully retrieved it from the water and, to his delight, finally caught some fish after 3 days. Too hungry to delay, he went straight back to camp to start cooking, grilling the fish over the fire. On day 12 at Soren's mansion, besides a warm and comfortable resting area, there was a roaring fire beside him with a ventilated skylight above, and even the cracks in the walls were fully stuffed. He then covered a tarp with sticks, pulling moss over it to prevent leaks. For breakfast, he gathered wild mushrooms nearby, which made a nice soup. He started gathering sticks around, a task that used to be simple, but now was very exhausting for him. His plan was to extend the shelter over the rocks. Over at Meti's, she cooked a pot of reed roots in the morning, serving as both breakfast and lunch. Then she went fishing with her rod. Less than half an hour after casting, she quickly caught a small fish and headed home. The moment the soft fish meat hit her mouth, she felt completely satisfied, no longer having to eat grass to stave off hunger. Within 10 minutes, she had devoured all the fish. Meanwhile, Ulrich was also worried about food. Having focused on hunting these past days, he hadn't caught much fish. In desperation, he considered the idea of tree bark. He started to scrape it thinly with a small knife, the thinner the better for taste, and then cooked it for 2.5 hours. By the afternoon, he was enjoying his meal. The taste of the bark wasn't as good as expected, but it was enough to fill his stomach. However, while he was full and wandering by the shore, he suddenly noticed movement on his fishing rod. Worried it was a fish, he immediately started retrieving it. Sure enough, it was a small fish, which excited him greatly. He returned to camp, grilled the fish's tail, and saved the rest for the next day. At Klaus's place, seeing the water in the pot had frozen, he realized winter was approaching. Lacking a fireplace, he had to rely on a fire for warmth, which meant extinguishing it before sleeping each night. Despite the cold, he had food stores, allowing him to enjoy a good meal indoors today. Soren's too started eating bark. Due to daily intense activities, his body was burning through nutrients. So, he shaved the bark into thin strips, cooked them like noodles, and then hung them to dry on a rope. Construction of the mansion also never stopped. He used his own drill to make screw holes, then nailed the sticks directly, which was not only convenient, but stronger than using ropes. At Bettina's side, today was a special day for her. She made a white flag from bark and planted it outside her house. According to her, She had achieved her goal by coming here and there was no need to continue. Soon after, a yacht arrived. Without much discussion, she decided to withdraw from the competition. The main reason was the scarce amount of fish, which was completely unexpected. After packing her bags, Bettina contentedly went home. On day 14, Ulrich set out hunting with his bow and arrows. The morning temperature was close to 0. To catch the small birds nearby, he would go out every morning hoping for luck. He tried using a whistle to attract them, but after half an hour he saw no sign of them and couldn't bear the cold any longer. He had to return to camp empty-handed to warm up. At Meta's side, ice had already formed on her teacup in the morning, and the camp's ropes were as stiff as wire, showing how extreme the temperatures had been. Due to the recent cold, she did not go hunting but focused on building a fireplace instead. If she didn't manage this before winter, she wouldn't be able to withstand the cold. Megan planned to build the chimney outside the tent so that she could have a fire inside without the smoke. This required her to build a wall in the middle, a significant amount of work for her. It took her a whole day to build the wall, and the rest of the work was estimated to take another 3 to 5 days. Meanwhile, at Sorens's side, he had been busy building his wilderness mansion and had neglected protein acquisition. The high daily workload often pushed his body to the brink of collapse. To prevent boredom and missing his family, he spent his downtime doing crafts. Ulrich's shelter was probably the most rudimentary on the field, still just a piece of tarpaulin. With winter approaching, he needed to reinforce it. He began constructing a large door for the tent using wooden sticks. Once he had the basic frame, he covered it with the versatile tarpaulin. After finishing these tasks, he was very hungry. The continuous hunger drove him to the lakeside to fish, and he soon caught a small trout. Returning to camp, he didn't delay in chopping wood for a fire. Before long, he had a roaring fire and placed the prepared fish over it to grill. Half an hour later, he was enjoying the delicious, tender, and juicy fish, unable to stop eating bite after bite. On day 15, Klaus woke up early from hunger. The waters nearby were his usual fishing spot. On day 6, a mistake led to his bait getting stuck in a crevice. Knowing he had limited bait, losing one reduced his chances of success. He stripped and dove into the icy lake to retrieve it, shivering from the cold. Fortunately, he managed to find the bait after searching underwater and quickly returned to camp to organize his fishing gear. Klaus then went fishing with his rod but caught nothing after half a day. Reluctantly, he collected bark from the shore, not for food, but to store enough tinder for the winter. He also sawed plenty of firewood, ensuring he wouldn't need to go out in heavy snow. After 2.5 hours on an empty stomach, he successfully gathered a large bag of tinder and several bundles of firewood. Now he could wait at camp with peace of mind, settling for a few blueberries for dinner. Over at Anne's side, she tried fishing by the lake every day. Despite often returning empty-handed, it didn't affect her mood. However, when heavy snow started, she quickly began collecting sticks to reinforce her shelter, planning to cover all the tent walls. She worked all day without food or drink and successfully completed the task before dark. While walking around, she also found a skull. At Sorens's side, having not eaten for 2 days, he continued building his shelter, determined to finish the luxury shelter before winter. His body was extremely weak, and after a half day of work, he had to sit down to rest. Back at camp, he nailed a few nails inside so he could hang up the furniture, making it easier to take down. On day 16, Megan cut a plate of reeds early in the morning, having relied on them to stave off hunger for the past few days. She checked her fishing net to find it empty and returned to camp for a short rest. Unwilling to give up, she went to the lake to fish again, hungry for protein since it had been a week since she last ate fish. Surprisingly, the hook moved soon after she started. Hurrying to the shore, the catch grew heavier as she pulled. Just as she was about to finish with a stick, the fish she nearly had escaped unexpectedly. At this time, Sorens was busy mending his fishing net. Building a luxury shelter is no good without food. He then took his equipment to the lakeside to set up. He moved a stick and placed the gill net under the water. As usual, he decided to check on it the next day. While others were worried about fish, Ulrich had the luck of catching a big one. Upon cutting it open, the fresh fish meat was simply delicious. By day 17, before dawn, Ulrich was already out of bed. He planned to hunt small animals in the dark. Arriving at a hillside, he started to wait in position. Soon, a dark shadow ran by. Undoubtedly, a fox. However, before he could start shooting with his bow, the fox vanished without a trace. Despite trying to attract it with a whistle, he ended up losing track of it and had to return to the camp to warm up. Due to his negligence over the past few days, the boat he used for laying nets had unfortunately sprung a leak. To fix the hole in the boat, he took out the glue he carried with him. This tool, along with his bow and arrows, made up one piece of equipment. Thus, he effortlessly repaired the raft. Then, he took the boat to the lakeside, carefully navigating forward with the gill net, and successfully set it up in half an hour. On Anne's side, she picked up a large mushroom during her morning walk. Just as she was preparing to collect some firewood to cook, a yacht suddenly appeared on the lake. She thought it was a routine check, but instead, she was informed that the weather would get colder. For the safety of the contestants, the production team exceptionally gave each a fishing net. This was great news for Klaus, as his previous gill net was already ruined. Sorens was also excited. With this new fishing net, he could change locations and increase his chances of catching fish. Meanwhile, Megan was busy building a fireplace. The remaining task was to encircle a fire pit with stones and mud. Once a roaring fire was ignited, her 2.5-day task was finally complete, ensuring she no longer had to worry about freezing at the camp. The luckiest was still Anne. She had just set up 2 gill nets in the morning, and by afternoon, she had caught a big fish and a smaller one. She cut 2 large pieces of meat, put them in a pot to cook, and tasted them once they were done. Day 18 quickly arrived. Sorens, carrying a fishing rod, went to the lakeside to fish. Suddenly, a yacht appeared on the lake. The scene then switched to Sorens lying weakly at the camp. A doctor who arrived briefly assessed the situation. According to Sorens, he hadn't consumed protein for about 10 days, spending all his time building a shelter. He had almost fainted earlier and had called for help for safety reasons. After discussions, the medical team decided to withdraw Sorens from the competition to prevent potential organ failure due to starvation. Disappointed, Sorens reluctantly packed his belongings and left the competition, leaving only 4 contestants. Klaus, who hadn't eaten meat for several days, finally got lucky while fishing. He caught a small fish, cleaned it by the river, and directly enjoyed its roe as sashimi, which tasted sticky and quite good. By day 19, a blizzard swept through the competition area. Knowing his small tent would not withstand it, Klaus began to reinforce the walls against the strong wind, using ropes and branches to secure everything tightly before comfortably settling inside. The bitter cold forced him to stay inside the camp to rest. Meanwhile, Meta was filling gaps in her shelter. Since she didn't use the available moss, she used snow to encircle the fireplace. Back at camp, she took out a thermometer to check her temperature. Her priority was to quickly start a fire for warmth. Since she hadn't stored enough tinder, starting a fire became a hassle. Desperate, she used a sanitary pad provided by the show's crew. Its soft material quickly produced sparks, allowing her to successfully light the fireplace. However, with no cover over the fireplace, the heavy snow soon extinguished the fire, leaving her no choice but to sit and endure the cold at camp. At the same time, Anne was also resting at the campsite. To pass the time, she began to mend her torn socks with fishing line. She was grateful for the walls she had built earlier, which now protected her from freezing. Ulrich, appearing calm, went outside to check his spike net at the lakeside. Carefully checking, he found the net as clean as his face. Still hopeful, he checked the fishing hooks he had set up. From a distance, he saw the float sink, but found only a clump of waterweed when he pulled it up. When he returned to camp, he found many footprints on the ground, likely left by foxes. However, hunting in this weather was not feasible. He could only return to strengthen his tent. After that, he mostly rested at the camp until day 20, when the weather finally cleared. Klaus removed the ropes from his shelter and noticed he had lost a lot of weight when he put on his pants. Not wanting to be disqualified for being underweight, he knew he had to find some protein. He took out his cherished fishing hook and went to the lakeside with his rod to try his luck. After casting his line many times, he successfully landed a fish. Though not large, he took it back to camp to cook, grilling it over the fire. The fish was crispy on the outside and tender inside. Ulrich, who also planned to fish, had the advantage of a boat, allowing him to drop his spike net deeper than others. With high hopes, he pulled the net ashore, feeling it get heavier as he lifted. He first caught a small trout and then a larger one, totaling 5 protein-rich catches, along with a few small fish caught in previous days. Ulrich now had 9 sources of protein and enjoyed a delicious meal back at camp. Over at Met's place, she woke up feeling a slight improvement in her cold symptoms. She quickly started a fire in the fireplace for warmth. After a brief rest, hunger drove her to the lakeside to fish, but she returned empty-handed again. By day 21, Ulrich, shivering in his tent, decided to build a simple fireplace to alleviate the cold. He dug a large pit in the ground and a trench outside for air ventilation, covering it with wood. Once lit, the fire significantly warmed the shelter. He quickly began to test his creation, and the fire was much stronger than anticipated. His lunch was simply a grilled fish. Meta, facing a failed fireplace build at her camp, decided to make a fire pit inside. She collected a large pile of stones to surround the head of her bed for the campfire, and to avoid smoke, she specially made a skylight. With the fire blazing, she felt an unprecedented warmth and saw that the smoke was venting well, finally allowing her to rest comfortably in the camp. If one were to judge the most comfortable shelter in the competition, it would have to be Anne's, with excellent wind and thermal insulation. Day 22 quickly arrived. While the other contestants were still asleep, Klaus was already fishing with his rod. He soon caught an old trout and continued fishing due to the lack of food. Surprisingly, he caught another big fish after casting twice more. In just half an hour, he secured 2 sources of protein, which thrilled him. He then took the fish back to camp. Meanwhile, Anne started her day by cleaning. She found a puddle of liquid at the entrance of her shelter, left by some animal. Given her skills, hunting was not an option in this cold weather, so she decided to stay in camp and do crafts. The most comfortable contestant had to be Ulrich, who slept until noon. Upon waking, he went to his stored fish, took a small one from under the plastic cover, and returned to his tent to enjoy his meal. In contrast, Meta's situation was not good. She had not replenished her protein for a week, causing her great physical pain. Looking at a photograph of her family, her tears continuously flowed. Suddenly, a yacht appeared on the lake. The scene shifted to Mette, who had been waiting on shore for a long time. According to her, the lack of a campfire had made the cold unbearable, and she decided to withdraw from the competition due to the lack of food. After packing her belongings, Mette left the competition regretfully, leaving only 3 contestants. Day 23 arrived, and Anne began collecting firewood relentlessly to prepare for the coming winter. Unable to withstand the cold, she made a bowl of oatmeal, but she knew it wouldn't last long. She needed to find protein to survive. Meanwhile, Klaus resumed his fishing, aiming not to return empty-handed. On the other hand, Ulrich didn't worry about food and started building a single bed to avoid sleeping directly on the cold ground. By day 24, clear weather excited Anne, who had been contemplating new survival strategies. Fishing with a net in such cold weather was impossible, so she decided to build a raft using waterproof material and branches, and then crafted a paddle from more branches. After preparing, Anne cautiously launched into the water. To her surprise, the raft was quite buoyant. She immediately started setting up a spike net without delay. At this time, Ulrich had already set out in his boat. Unfortunately, today's spike netting yielded nothing, which made him instantly anxious. If the food stored at home ran out, he didn't know what to do next. Just then, another yacht sped towards him. It turned out to be a distress call made by Klaus, who had suffered from kidney stones before and had been experiencing persistent pain around his stomach for a few days. For safety, he decided to have a doctor check him out. After a discussion, the doctors felt surgery was unnecessary, and he could continue in the competition. On day 25, a squirrel suddenly appeared in front of Ulrich. It looked plump and tempting, but it was too far away for him to use his bow. Before he could even aim, the squirrel had vanished. While Ulrich was observing from his spot, he spotted a partridge standing motionless nearby. Unfortunately, he couldn't shoot, because any slight movement would startle the bird. Reluctantly, Ulrich returned to camp. After spending the morning in the cold, his hands were frozen. He quickly lit a campfire to warm up. Just then, there was a noise outside the camp. Looking out, he saw a group of wild reindeer. Sadly, the competition rules did not allow him to hunt them. Watching the reindeer slowly disappear, Ulrich couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Meanwhile, Klaus warmed himself by a fire outside his door in the morning. After preparing, he went to the lakeside to fish. He avoided using a spike net, finding it too cumbersome to set up. He preferred spending all his time on fishing with a rod rather than wading into the cold lake to lay nets. This resulted in a very low chance of catching fish. He waited from morning until afternoon, but no fish took the bait. It seemed he could not escape hunger that day. Over at Anne's side, it was finally the day to check the spike net. Eager, she quickly took her boat to the center of the lake. As the net was gradually hauled ashore, she easily caught 2 small fish. While resting on the shore after cutting the trout for storage in the snow, another yacht quickly approached. It was the show's crew delivering mid-competition equipment. Considering the upcoming colder weather and the lake soon freezing over, they thoughtfully provided an ice auger and safety gear for falling into the lake, along with bait to attract fish. Meanwhile, Ulrich was also preparing his fish. For him, securing protein was effortlessly achieved. Day 27 has arrived. Klaus planned to go ice fishing on the lake today and made thorough preparations beforehand with all equipment ready. He decided to first try out the smaller lakes nearby. The lake surfaces were solidly frozen, but one must be cautious outdoors. For safety, Klaus wore a life jacket and even tied a rope around himself. He first drilled a hole near the shore to ensure the ice was thick enough to support his weight before moving to the center of the lake. He then started fishing aimlessly from the shore. Meanwhile, Ulrich also packed his gear, including an ice auger, and headed towards the lake. Unlike Klaus, he went directly to the center of the lake without fearing falling in. He quickly drilled a small hole in the ice to avoid staying in one place too long, which could lead to hypothermia. He lit a campfire nearby and began fishing by the fire. However, it seemed there were no fish in the area, or perhaps their luck was just bad. After waiting for half the day, neither had any catch. Ulrich even lost his bait accidentally. Eventually, both returned empty-handed. Anne was the most sensible among them. Even though the crew provided ice fishing equipment, she found ice fishing too challenging. Instead of sitting out in the cold, she preferred to stay at camp and tidy up the spike nets, which were quicker than fishing. By day 28, the crew came for a routine medical checkup. All 3 participants were in good health, except Klaus felt some itching in his toes. The doctor diagnosed it as a fungal infection, not frostbite, and advised keeping his toes dry for recovery. Afterwards, he returned to shore fishing and finally decided to set up spike nets around for a better chance of success. By day 29, Ulrich began to collect his second spike net. As he unfolded the net, thoughts of his family suddenly overwhelmed him. He wished his wife and son were with him. After a moment to calm his emotions, he continued in his boat to check the nets. The first haul brought in a 7-pound barracuda and several small fish, perfectly positioning the net. After collecting all the fish, he returned to camp with a catch of 7 to 8 fish, securing his food supply for the next half-month. At Anne's side, since the spike nets yielded no catch, she had to take her gear to ice fish on the lake. Fearing that she might fall through the ice, she tested its thickness with a stone first. Then she carefully made her way to the center of the lake and drilled a small hole with an ice auger. However, after being busy for half an hour, no fish bit the bait. It seemed like another day of wasted effort. Klaus's plan was to visit the mountain to remember his father. He brought along his father's photo and ashes. With his gear on his back, he headed to the mountaintop, started a campfire, and after a simple prayer, scattered the ashes into the sky. He said this helped calm his mind, allowing him to focus on the competition. After the prayer, he felt spiritually elevated. On day 30, Klaus planned to build a raft necessary for fishing in deeper waters. He quickly assembled a wooden frame and used his backpack as a flotation device. However, the raft began to sink almost as soon as he sat on it. Despite his efforts, it kept sinking and ultimately failed after several tests. Over at Ulrich's side today, checking the spike nets again, yielded a large catch of fish. He returned to shore with a full load, adding to the fish he caught in previous days. Ulrich had now achieved complete fish meat independence. Given his stockpile, winning seemed certain. Anne planned to retrieve the fish meat she stored yesterday. However, after digging through the snow for a long time, she couldn't find any trace of it. It was definitely stolen by nearby animals. By day 32, Klaus finally had a change of luck. Starving for a week, he was thrilled to find a large catfish in his spike net. Too hungry to wait, he went straight back to camp to cook. With the fresh grilled fish ready, he eagerly replenished his energy. Meanwhile, Ulrich was also cooking fish at camp, enjoying his dinner without worrying about depleting his supplies. By day 34, Klaus took out fish heads he hadn't eaten in the first half of the month and put them in a pot to make soup. While waiting, he didn't sit idle but went to the shore to cast a few lines, hoping to catch a big fish. Meanwhile, Anne came to check her spike nets. The good news was that she finally caught 2 fish at once. However, she wasn't excited this time, but started to ponder the meaning of staying here. Day 36. The environment was already covered in snow, and even the lake at the door had frozen over. This was not good news for Ulrich, as he still needed to check the spike nets by boat. Fortunately, the ice was not very thick, and he could still row on it. Luckily, he caught a fish. Back at camp, he found he still had 7 or 8 pieces of fish meat. He was tired of eating the same thing every day and wanted to catch different prey. Having not used his bow and arrow for a while, he practiced at the door. Over at Klaus's side. Early in the morning, he quickly packed his gear and decided to go to the hillside behind to clear his mind. He felt almost crazy staying in the tent all day and found breathing fresh air outside to be useful. However, on his way back, he felt severe pain in his heel, not sure if it was frostbite or an injury. Back at camp, he immediately called for help. The doctor arrived quickly, checked the injury, and concluded it was tendon inflammation. He just needed to rest for a few days. After discussing, they suggested Klaus wait a few more days to see. Then they started collecting firewood nearby. Meanwhile, Anne was at the lake collecting water. Instead of returning to camp to boil water for cooking, she melted the discarded fish heads and guts on the shore to feed the birds. Without having breakfast, she started sawing wood nearby but soon felt dizzy and weak. If she couldn't catch any fish soon, she was close to withdrawing from the competition. Day 37. The temperature reached -10 degrees. Anne was still waiting for the lake to freeze enough to ice fish, but the thickness was still not sufficient. Day 38. Ulrich's side of the lake was solidly frozen, making the raft unusable. He removed the tarpaulin from it. While busy, thoughts of his family overwhelmed him again, and Ulrich shed tears of longing. To boost morale, he returned to camp and quickly built an outdoor kitchen, using the removed tarpaulin. Sitting inside, cooking hot soup by the fire, felt completely different from staying in the tent. Klaus was ready to act. He had been fishing with a rod for 5 to 6 days and was starving. Now, he needed to set up the spike nets. He began pulling the rope gradually, testing the ice along the lake's edge. The ice was deceptively deep and unstable. A careless step could break through. Carefully, he made it to the other side of the lake. After 2.5 hours, he successfully set up the spike nets. The coming days would show if there was a catch. Meanwhile, Anne was ensuring the ice was thick enough to support her fishing. She tested it several times with rocks and felt confident about the ice's strength. Still, Anne decided to wait a few more days to be safe. With nothing else to do, she began playing with stones. On day 39, Ulrich, practicing archery at the entrance, suddenly spotted animal tracks on the ground, undoubtedly a fox, based on the footprints. However, the surrounding prints were complex, making it hard to determine the fox's direction. 2 days earlier, Ulrich had tried attracting the fox with cooked fish soup, but so far he hadn't seen as much as a fox hair. To increase his chances, he poured some fish soup on a tree trunk in the evening, hoping to draw the fox. By day 41, Klaus, checking the spike nets, saw 2 ducks caught in the net from afar. They seemed wrapped by the net and couldn't move their wings. Excited, Klaus quickly waded into the water to retrieve them, fearing they might escape. He bit into them immediately, and with a few snaps of bones, the ducks died instantly. Without hesitation, he sat at the entrance and started processing the duck meat. After plucking the feathers, he discarded the heads and wings, cleaned the innards at the shore, and kept only the plump duck breasts. He roasted them over a high fire for several minutes until the duck was crispy on the outside and tender inside. In less than 2.5 minutes, he had devoured the meat. Over to Anne, she had finished her last base today. If she couldn't find food in the next 2 days, she would consider ending the competition. She carefully went onto the lake, drilled a small hole, and started fishing. Despite the shiny bait, the fish in the area simply wouldn't bite. She waited from morning until the ground she lay on became damp. Realizing the severity, she quickly packed up and returned to the shore. Looking around, the ice had turned deep brown, indicating it might break soon. The next day, as per routine, the show's crew came for a medical checkup. All 3 contestants had lost around 10 pounds, but none were a health threat yet. By day 43, Anne had spent an entire day lying on the lake surface but caught nothing. Feeling it was time to end her participation, she returned to camp and called to withdraw from the game. The crew quickly arrived at her location. As the only female contestant remaining this long, she had done remarkably well. With Anne's departure, only 2 contestants remained. On day 45, Ulrich checked the spike nets under the ice, unsure if he would catch any fish. However, soon after starting to haul, he quickly pulled some fish ashore, catching 3 in total. Meanwhile, Klaus wasn't as fortunate when checking his fish hooks. They were empty. Fortunately, he still had some duck gizzards and hearts left from previous days, and decided to make a simple grilled dinner to get by. On day 47, while making a fire at camp, Ulrich spotted a small squirrel on a distant branch, the first living creature seen in many days. He quickly prepared his bow and arrow, aimed and struck it in one shot, thrilled by his success. He skinned and cooked the squirrel, skewering it on a stick for roasting over the fire. As night fell, he enjoyed his delicious meal. By day 48, Klaus checked his fish hooks again to no avail. Overwhelmed by hunger, he resorted to chewing on icicles. Both contestants spent the entire day outside, trying to relax and determined not to give up at the last minute. On day 49, the crew unexpectedly arrived at the site, initially thought to be for a routine medical check. However, they informed the contestants that due to worsening weather and the roads likely becoming impassable, which could prevent rescue teams from reaching them, the decision was made to declare both contestants as co-champions of the season. They were ecstatic to hear the news and equally shared the prize money. Their families also arrived, making the moment even more rewarding. Congratulations to Ulrich and Klaus for becoming the champions of the season.